Okay, welcome to this Learning 18xx video. I'm here with Steve, as per,
Hey there.
as per usual, returning guest and friend of the show, Steve, and my good friend Mike Trainer, who's also here today.
Hello.
Hey, Mike. So why are we doing this? First of all, we haven't done it in a while. So Steve and I, and to some extent, John and Brian had been doing these, you know, irregularly, but like it's always been a fun thing to do. And usually we'd tackle a game that none of us had played before. In this case, that's still basically true because, yes, I do have two games of this running right now in parallel, but I've finished neither of them. So technically, I've never finished an 18xx game. But I've read a lot about it as per usual, and I've watched a bunch of videos about it, and I kind of have a good idea of what it is. And so originally, Steve and I were going to meet at 11:30 today and play 1860 uh, Trains on the Isles of Wight or something like that. I don't know, something. And it was specifically one that was called out as if you only have two players, this is the one you want to play.
Yes.
Technically, people I think don't want to play 18xx with only two because it is a stock market and you want to have the politics. So I was like, well, who could I find? And I was like, it's fine. We can play. It's going to be fun. And I was on the phone with Mike this morning, and I was like, wait a minute. So I gave my a very quick pitch. I said, imagine you have a train game where every train company is a publicly traded company, and you only get to operate as that company if you're the majority stockholder. And with all the shenanigans, or not all, right? It's an abstraction, but with a lot of the shenanigans that come with the stock market, like hostile takeovers and dumping companies and all that stuff. He's like, that sounds interesting. And I'm like, okay. Boy, do I have a
Yeah.
suggestion for you. In less than an
Yeah.
hour,
Now,
yeah. It was like, when are you guys starting? I'm like, in 50 minutes.
yeah. But I think it's going to work
So
probably.
thank you very much
Yeah.
for being so spontaneous. So yeah,
Oh
so that's
yes.
that's the quick pitch. That's basically what it is, right? And I'm gonna add a link in the show notes for sure to a YouTube video from No Pun Included that is basically called A Beginner's Guide to 18xx because I can't do a better job. They did like a year of research that covers a lot of stuff that I might briefly throw in the mix here about the origins of the game and why it exists and et cetera, et cetera. But I can't do it justice in the way they did. And the video is fantastic, and you should go check out their channel anyway because their channel is fantastic. Only recently stumbled across it, and I'm deeply in love, and it's a fantastic channel. But anyway, yeah, check that out. But basically, yeah, what we're going to be doing here is we are going to be running multiple train companies, right? And so if you look here in the upper right, again, oh, you know what? I just realized. I realized that I haven't
Share
shared.
that screen.
I have not shared the screen with you all yet. So let me do that first. Uh, do I want which screen do I want to share? Let's see if this works. Oh no, this might only be change. Interesting, because I don't want to share that stream. Google Chrome. Let's see if this works. I don't know that this is gonna. Let's see if this works. I think it will. You guys should tell me if you're seeing the different. So right now I'm on the rules. Once you've joined that
Yeah.
video stream,
I see the table of contents.
got it. And now I'm on the spreadsheet.
I see the 18xx window.
Website. Great. Okay, so
Yes.
that's all I need to know that
Yeah.
it's switching between those two. Great.
Yes.
Okay. So if you look here in the upper right corner, and I guess I could zoom into that. Nope, not like that. Not like that. I can't. Switch to. I thought I could switch to the hands. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm trying to scroll over here. Here, this is the map basically. This is going to look very different on 18xx. That's why I'm trying to show you the nice version of it right now. Because yeah, this is a little bit uglier on 18xx. So there's a hex map of the island of Shikoku, Japan. And so you're seeing all these different. It looks pretty weird already, right? There's mountains and lakes and these weird starting tracks, and some of this stuff is already locked in. And you'll see all this later on. But the big thing here that I'm going to show you is over here we have 7 companies. Now I think because we're playing with 3, we're only playing with 5 companies, but we'll see what happens in a second. Fortunately, 18xx does the same thing as Rally the Troops does, which is it just adjudicates the rules. So Those are the companies. And the general idea of the game is that it starts with a stock round and then moves into an operating round. And then it goes back to the stock round and an operating round. And that's basically how this stuff goes back and forth. Some of the concepts that are easier to show here because they're visual in these rules are we're going to have these track tiles. They're hexes that you place out on the board to expand the tracks. You have station tokens. They're always going to be colored in the color of the different companies. And they're important for operating your trains because you have to contain them in the train route that you're using, but that will become clearer later. You have the corporation charters, which are basically saying, oh, this is the corporation that's now out. People own stock. Each corporation has 10 shares. So each share is worth 10% of the company, except for one. So you have 8 that are worth 10 and 1 that is worth 20. And that's the one that you buy when you are the president. So you have to, in the beginning when the company has not been bought by anyone yet, the first person to buy has to pay 20% of the company's value to buy the 2 president shares. Those will move to other people if someone else has a majority share of the company, but let's just worry about that later for now. And then there's the stock market. And the stock market is interesting because I could give you a lot of explanation right now of what happens in that stock market, but rest assured, on that little chart down there, right, which is very blurry now, but whatever, I think it's going to be fine. Let me pull up the screen so I can see what's okay.
Oh, there we go. Whatever just happened, I can see. It was like really washed out before.
Oh, okay. So on this chart, it's basically a big matrix of numbers. Every corporation is going to have a token on here once they've gone public. Once the first person buys into them, you start here, and you're going to start on one of these red spots, 65 to 100. That's basically called the par value, and that's the value that you're going to set as the IPO value for the stock, the initial public offering. Then the company gets that much money. So if you set it to 80, then the company is going to get 800 yen from the bank, and as their starting capital, right? And then this token can move up and down and left and right, and it's kind of hard to see here, but at the end of a stock round, if all of your stock is sold out, like all the IPO is gone, nothing is floating in the market, then the stock goes up. Every time someone sells shares, the stock goes down by the number of shares sold. That's what up down happens in the stock round. If you ever hit the bottom of a column, it can't go further down. So you can see over here, if you're in the column that goes from 100 to 155, if you're already at 100 and you sell shares, it can't go down, right? So that's why being farther to the right is good. But the only way you get farther to the right is by paying dividends. So when we go into the operating rounds, every time you have an operating round, ideally, not in the first one, but afterwards, your company will be generating revenue for operating trains. Every time you generate revenue in an operating round, you have a decision to make. You have to decide, are we going to pay this out to the shareholders, or are we going to withhold it in the company? If you withhold it, your stock goes to the left, and so it goes down. And if you pay it out, the stock goes to the right. So that's how this token moves left and right, which I think that's already way too much detail. So let's just move on from there. The next concept I'll tell you before we get into just straight up playing the game and me explaining it during the game is, yes, you have trains. And here are the different types of trains, right? You can see them here in the upper right. There are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and D trains, right? In the beginning, you only have 2 trains. In fact, you only can buy better trains if all of the trains from the previous quality have been sold out. And I think there's like 5 of the 2 or 6 of the 2s, 5 of the 3s, less of the 4s, et cetera, right? Because they do get a lot more expensive, right? They double in price, almost double in price every time. Not quite, like 50%. But the way worse part about this, and this is the thing that people love and hate in equal amounts, is you'll see under here, let me zoom in again. You'll see under this card, it says rusted by 4. So what that means is the second the first player buys a 4 train, all 2 trains die an unceremonious death. Not
They
to
just
be,
fall off the
they
rails.
just
They
fall
just
off. Yes, they just
Yeah.
mid-trip, they just fall off the rails, right?
Yeah.
Catastrophe. Wow.
It's just like
Technological progress.
it's just done, right? They're just it's just
Yeah.
like nope, you're done. Die. Yeah, exactly. Killed by progress, basically,
Yeah.
right? People are like, I'm not taking that crap 2 train anymore. Now that we have 4 trains, right?
Yeah.
So it's brutal, right? Because now you have to worry if your company was running on 2 trains, you're in a pinch, right? And now the other thing that I have to say before we start is there are things called private companies. Private companies are, I'm probably undervaluing what they mean to pros of this game, right? I think if you're a pro in this game, this is probably super important. Basically, you can think of private companies as starting conditions. It's going to be an auction that we do all the way in the beginning, and we're going to do it exactly once and then never again. And then you will potentially own or 1 or 2 private companies, and they're going to give you revenue in every operating phase. But more importantly, they're going to give you some ability, and that ability is like a mild asymmetry, right? It's like, oh, you're the person who's good at drilling through mountains for free or something like that, right? And I can explain those in a second, but honestly, I think when you're playing this for the first time, I think the private companies are less interesting. They're for sure important. They can be bought by public companies, and then something happens, right? And I'll explain that in a second. But I wouldn't overvalue them just yet, because we're going to go into a bidding phase for them, and it's going to look awfully complicated. It's not that complicated, and also not that important. And then everything else when it comes to this, so we don't have to do any of the setup. We don't have to do any of the stock market. I explained it. I haven't explained the map perfectly yet, but that's not important. And now we're going to do the private auction. So in order to do that, I'm going to move over to this game, and I'm going to create a new game. And it's going to be Shikoku 1889. I'll call it Eggplant. It's min 2 to 6, whatever. Let's max it at 3. Let's actually say 3 to 3. Invite only. I'm going to do auto routing, and I'll explain that in a second. It's going to make our lives a lot easier. This is exactly the kind of thing that I think is going to be the big difference between playing this in person versus playing it on a board, right?
Right.
Now we could do beginner game with simpler privates and more tiles available, but let's not do that. We haven't done that yet, and I don't think it's necessary. So let's see. I think this is it. Multiplayer, async. Yeah, and the best thing is I'm gonna keep it async, because that way, if we have to abort at some point today because we can't get all the way through it, we can just keep it going.
Sure.
So I'm gonna create the game, and now I have a game here, and now I'm gonna invite people, but that basically just copies the link. And now I'm gonna paste that link into our Discord channel.
Oh man.
So now all you have to do, Mike, is you have to find that in the Discord chat, which is literally the call we're on right now, and click on that, and it should allow you to join the game.
I'm in.
Yep. I am in.
Perfect. And I see you. So we're gonna start, and then enter. Okay. So this looks pretty Spartan, but it's very functional. And when I saw this the first time, I'm like, is this just a spreadsheet? And it kind of is, but also not. Definitely not. So now we're going into this so-called private company auction. And it's going to start with Steve, right? So you got the priority deal. The first thing I'll note is we all start with 420 yen in cash.
Nice.
And then up here, on this, these are the tabs for the different things that you can look at, right? Entities, map, market, info. I'll explain all this in a while. But for now, usually game will be the tab that you need to go to see what the current action is, right? It will always be context sensitive. And the current action is to bid on a private company. Now, the way this works is on your turn, you can do one of two things. Either you buy the lowest priced company straight up. So they're sorted left to right in increasing value, right?
Right.
So right now, Steve, you could pay 20 yen to get Takamatsu Ire Road, right? What does that thing do? It says blocks Takamatsu K4 while owned by a player. So let's go to the map. And you will see that these all have coordinates, right? And then you'll see that K4 is up here. I could actually, let's zoom in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, why am I not just zoomed in?
There we go.
Takamatsu, right? So basically you cannot, right? So what that thing just said, let's go back to this. Blocks Takamatsu, which means you can't go through Takamatsu. So basically, if you have that company, if you have that private company, you're kind of telling people, do not invest in KO, which if you go to entity is the Takamatsu and Kotohiro Electric Railway, right? So they'll always have a two-letter shorthand if you go to the entities. So that's what that does. Now, again, in every operating round, you'll get 5 yen revenue. So after 4 operating rounds, it will have amortized, and you're just getting more money.
Right.
The thing I will say though is if you go to info, you'll see that in round. So here are the different trains, right? Type 2, Type 3, Type 4, Type 5, etc. And it says once Type 5 is bought, when the first Type 5 train is bought, we close the companies. 1 second, I got a cough. I'm going to be muting myself every time I have to cough. Sorry, I have to cough again. This is going to be a great stream. I got to drink some more.
All good. All good.
At this point, the private companies will close, right? Yeah. My throat's a little bit rough. So I hope I can do all this talking. But once we get to the game, I think I'm going to do less talking anyway.
All that train smoke.
All that trade smoke, exactly. So you have 2 options. Zoom out a little bit. You either take the lowest one straight up, or you place a bid on one of the others. And when you do that, you always have to go 5 up. So if you want to place a bid on Mitsubishi Ferry, you'd have to pay 35. You wouldn't actually pay 35 yet. You'd commit 35, right? So you put a marker there, say you have some money committed. What does that mean? That means if you put 35 on Mitsubishi and then Mike bought Takamatsu, then the next one that would become available is Mitsubishi. Now, because you already put 35 on it, it would automatically go to you for 35. The only time it ever becomes a competition between multiple players is if more than one person has a bid on it.
Okay.
And then we keep doing that until all private companies are sold. And I'm just going to go over them very briefly, right? Very briefly. So I explained Takamatsu. Mitsubishi Ferry gives you a free port tile on the map. So there are these tiles that have this little, and here I'm going to zoom in again, have these little anchors on it. Here J9 is one, I12 is one. And so you'll get a free tile for that, right? And it makes sense because you're probably in that case going to go for the AR company or the TR company or something, right? When you see these 2 letters in any of these hexes, that means that's the starting station for that company. So each of the companies has a dedicated starting hex.
Silly question.
Go ahead.
Is this map static? Meaning every time that you play Shikoku 1889, this is what the map looks like?
Yep.
Okay.
That is a feature of the series. And it's one of the reasons why I think there are so many of them.
Right. All the variations. Yeah, okay.
So
Makes
many
sense.
map variations, so many like rules variations. Right, so that's Mitsubishi Ferry basically, which is why it costs 30 but only gives 5 revenue, right? So that's a little bit of a... Sometimes, Mike, we talk game design here too because I can't not, right? And that's like a typical balancing knob, right? Ehima Railway. When this company is sold to a corporation, the selling player may immediately place a green tile on Ozu, which I believe is here, C4, right? So again, it kind of like guides you into that direction, right? What is a green tile? I haven't talked about that yet. We start with yellow tiles. Yellow tiles can be upgraded to green tiles, and green tiles can be upgraded to brown tiles. And they're better. Usually they're better, right? They give you more revenue, they have more connections, but you can only build them after we get to a certain round. So you'll see that while we're still on the 2 phase, we're in the yellow phase. Then we get to the green phase. Once we're in trains 3 and 4, And then when we get to 5 trains, we move into the brown phase. So only then can you start using those different color tiles to upgrade the train lines. So, but here you immediately be able to go to green, right? So, and it also blocks that tile while it's owned by a player, right? So it has to be sold to a corporation, otherwise the tile is blocked from being used. The next one that I find is probably one of the most interesting ones. It's called Sumitomo Mines Railway. Owning corporation, so you'd have to sell it to a company, may ignore building costs for mountain hexes. So if you look on the map, you'll see that some of these have like 80 and a triangle. So if you build a tile with a track through that hex, you have to pay 80 yen. Normally on an operating round, and we'll get to this when I talk about operating rounds, you just get to place a tile and it's free, right? But you only get to place one or upgrade one. But if you place it on a hex like this, you have to pay 80 yen, unless your corporation owns the Mines Railway, right? So that's what that's good for. Dugo allows you to trade the private company for a share in the EO Railway. So it's basically gives you revenue until you trade it away and get a share. And this one does nothing. This is straight up pay 80 to get 20 in every operating round. The one thing I'll say about that though is because up to now I only said that we're only going to have like stock round, operating round, stock round, operating round. That's true for a moment. But once we get into, I'm showing you this on the map again, and it's all the way on the right, of course, great, right? So while we're in the yellow phase, yes, we have a stock round followed by 1 operating round. Once we get to the green phase, there will be 2 operating rounds and then a stock round. And then when we get to the brown phase, there are 3 operating rounds and then a stock round. So you're going to see a lot of operating rounds. And later on in the game, fewer stock rounds. And I'm just telling you this so that you, when you look at those numbers and you're like 80 to 20, and we only have 2 or 3 stock rounds, you're going to, usually the companies give you a benefit, right? And then you have to decide whether you're going to sell them or not to a corporation. But I'm making this sound way too complicated, right? Because again, for the most part, I think you can think of these pretty much as a sort of kind of guiding you in a direction. The thing I did on the first game I ever played was to basically not buy the corporation for the company whose stock I then bought, and then I couldn't operate because the other player was blocking that hex. And I was like, yeah, I should probably pay attention to that, right? But now that I've made that mistake for you, I can keep you from doing it.
All right.
So, is there a sense of how many rounds are in a typical like 3-player game?
I don't know, because I haven't spoken about the end conditions at all. The end conditions they're 2. They're exactly 2. One is a little bit easier to explain. One is the bank breaks. So if I go to market here, you see right now there are 5,740 yen in the bank, right? The bank pays money to corporations when they're started. The bank gives the money out for when you generate revenue for operating the train companies. And obviously, as the game goes on, that revenue is going to get larger and larger and larger. And at some point, the bank will be empty. When that happens, that's the last operating round. We play that one to the end, and then the game ends. That's the easy version. The hard version is, and it's going to take more to explain, and I'll do it later, if one of us goes bankrupt, which can happen. I think it's less likely, especially given that we're playing Shikoku and not some more cutthroat version of this game, right? I think it's probably less likely to happen, but who knows? Because if you are the president of a corporation, and of a publicly traded company, and that publicly traded company has no trains but needs to operate, then you need to buy the lowest cost train. And if you can't buy it from the company coffers because they're broke, then you as the president have to pay from your private money. If you can't do that, you have to sell shares until you can. And if you can't do that, you're bankrupt. So that also ends the game if one of us goes bankrupt. So I would say don't overthink this too much.
Right.
But, you decide whether you're going to just straight up buy. And this can chain, right? I'll say again, if, for example, right, if you put 35 on Mitsubishi and I put 45, or Mike puts 45 on Ehime, and then I buy Takamatsu, all three of these go away immediately, and we already move on to just the last three, and then we're going to go through as many rounds of this bidding until all 6 private companies are sold off.
Okay, and that's an interesting balance. Like being the first to bid. I mean, I basically the only way my bid's going to go through is if I'm bidding on something that almost nobody else wants, or I'm bidding at a I guess cash level, because you said it starts at 5. Can I go over? Can I like bid 60 for the Mines Railway?
You can.
Okay.
But yes, you can. You definitely can. You can go wildly over if you want to.
Okay.
But I would. I probably wouldn't.
Maybe not optimal. Maybe not recommended. Okay.
Oh, this is so funny. My one of my former students, Ming, is in the chat. Hi, Ming. I don't know if you can hear me. I just looked at who's in the chat. That's hilarious. But that's great because Ming, hey, if our audio levels are off, if anyone's like way too loud, just let me know. Because I'm looking at the monitor, like the little bars, but it's not really giving me too much information. I think we should all be approximately at the same volume. Was in the bathroom, LOL.
All right. Well, so I will start. The Mines Railway sign. It sounds intriguing. It's
a good one. It's a good one. So you'd basically click on it, and then you'll have the option at the bottom. I don't see what you're doing right now, but you click on it, and then underneath it'll say, "What do you want to bid?" Right, and I think it will default to +5. I guess. Yeah. Right. And
default to +5.
I would just do that, right?
Okay. I was initially thinking 60, just under the idea of, okay, that means it amortizes in with 4 rounds or whatever, right? Or 4 stock rounds, I guess. Right. But yeah, okay. So I'll do 55 for science. Okay, so place the bid.
So you did it, and now turn moves to Mike, right? And so now I on my screen again see that Ozymandias put 55 on Sumitomo, right?
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might take this, it might take a hot second to propagate, but yeah. So Mike, same to you, right? It's like this is the game that I think when people play this often, they probably get through this in like 3 minutes. Right? We're just taking very long because I had to explain it, but we're never gonna. Some people complained about this, like, so weird. You learn how to do an auction in the beginning that you never need again. I'm like, whatever, right?
It sort of sets the context for the game, though.
It is what sets the context for the game, sort of. But there are versions of this that do not play with private companies at all, just to speed up the beginning.
Okay.
So yeah, Mike, don't overthink it. You could even just buy the first one, right? Or
so the minimum is 45, you said? Oh, 5 over the value.
5 over the value. So yeah, you'd have to.
Yeah. So yeah, just gonna do that.
Great. So I'm going to. What am I gonna do? I'm just gonna put 90 or 85 on the South EO Railway, and now it goes back to Steve, right? So now nothing happened yet because now we have 3 bids, and no one's bought anything yet.
Okay.
Because we still have the lowest. There is one there that is the lowest that does not have a bid yet.
I see. Okay.
And if in the cascading we ever get to a private company that has more than one player's bid on it, then those players engage in a bid war. Right? So if you now put money down on Ehime and eventually that thing came up, but I was not on it, then I would no longer be part of that auction, and you two would have to figure out who wants it more. Mm-hmm. And now the other thing I'll tell you all is you start with 420 cash, right? The lowest IPO, the lowest par value you can set for a corporation is 65. And when you buy into that company, you have to buy 2 shares. So the minimum amount of money you need to even start a company, not float it, start it, is 130 yen. So be careful to not spend all your money in this, right?
Right. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bid on the ferry.
Solid. So now, just as an example, right, Mike, if you buy, not saying do it, but if you buy Takamatsu then in one fell swoop, the first 4 companies will be gone for those prices, right? Ozzy will get Mitsubishi and Sumitomo for a total of 90, and you'll get Takamatsu for 20 and Ehime for 45. And then we'll only have Dugo and South EO left.
Yeah, and that is interesting. I think I might want to do that actually.
Yeah, I mean, that way you're not... Yeah, that way you're basically... It definitely benefits the two of you. It probably benefits all of us, let's be honest, right? Because now I can just... Now I have to ask myself, I could pass. If I pass, then... Well, if we all pass, then the lowest gets valued 5 lower. Right, so if we all well, it's because if you keep on until 0, right, and someone's going to just take it for free at some point, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't know that I want to spend that much. You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna take it. I'll buy it. And so I did it. And up here, there's the history, right? You can look if something went way too fast for you. You can always go to scroll up in the history and see what happened.
Right.
So now, if you look underneath, so again, I always said this game tab is going to update to what's currently going on, right? So now we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 companies up here, and we have us 3 down here, Steve going first, and you'll see underneath us, we can see, oh, Steve owns Mitsubishi and Sumitomo, and if you forgot what they do, you can click on them, and they basically open up a little tab that says here's the ability of that thing, right? So yeah, so now we are in the first stock round. So now the game starts for real. We have 7 companies. They all have 10 shares. None of them have been bought yet, right? So, and Steve goes first, right? And Steve, because you have Mitsubishi Ferry, it's pretty, I mean, I would at least say that probably you're going for AR or TR, right? So that you can make use of that free tile, right? So that's probably a good place to start for you, is my guess. You don't have to, right?
Okay.
You could do anything else as well. But keep in mind, the reason I'm saying this is because they start in that area, right?
Right. And I want to make sure that I'm reading the map correctly. So if I'm looking at the map, there's a green hex that has TR. Is that like when we were talking about the Takamatsu, we were referring to the KO in the upper right corner.
Yep.
So the TR is associated with that green hex.
Yep. Exactly. And to answer your next possible question, it starts with a green hex, right? Okay. Some corporations like AR, right? There's nothing there. Right?
Yeah.
And I could start talking about shenanigans, but I think it's a little too early to start talking about shenanigans because the fact that there's nothing there opens itself up to shenanigans, which you cannot do with TR because TR has something here, right? Now, the other thing I didn't mention yet is if you go to entities and you go over here, or actually, you know what? You should probably be able to see here. Yeah. So if you look at the corporations, there's these 2 tokens on the right. So let me explain what this all means, right? So there's a name at the top. All of them are 50% to float, right? So you need 50% of their shares have to be sold in order for the company to operate at all.
Okay.
And at the bottom you see shareholder is the IPO, shares 10. There is no price set yet. Now the stuff on the right is ARK8. Well, look at the map and you'll see that's the AR starting hex, K8. And the first station, so these are your station tokens. In the physical game, these would be little, round tokens. And the first station token is free, and it goes on your home base. Why are the stations important? Well, later on when you operate, every train can run on a piece of connected train line of the length between stations that is the train. So a 2 train can start at a station and go to the next station. Now, it doesn't have to be your station. It can be any station. That's the important distinction. But it needs to contain one of your stations. Right? So if you had AR and you went from AR to Komatsujima, which is a town I'll explain the difference between these little dots and these big circles that are cities, right? You could go from Komatsujima to Tokushima with 1-2 train, and then you could go from Tokushima to Naruto, which is a ferry, with a second train, because both of them contain that station. It can be an end station, it can be somewhere in between, it doesn't matter. But you can't just willy-nilly go, I'm going to go from Komatsujima to Kouchi, and nothing on that way contains one of your stations, right?
Okay.
Now, the second station, or in some cases third station, right? Because Uwajima and Tosa have 3. Costs 40 yen to place. And you can place it, and it's a little bit of a strategic thing, because you can only use a train line if you can trace an uninterrupted path that contains one of your stations. What does uninterrupted mean? It means that if you're going through cities, that either it's your station or there is an open station that is not yet blocked by another company, or you have your station there, right? So when you go to tiles, you'll see some of them are as wild as having three spaces for a station, right? But some of them only have 1. In yellow, all of them only have 1, right? So, but they can be upgraded, right? They can be upgraded. The upgrading is not super trivial, so I'm not... Fortunately, again, the UI is our friend in this case, so I'm not going to over-explain it yet. But I'm just trying to explain those. That's basically what you're seeing on this company charter, right? On these 7 company charters. So again, if I were you right now, I would honestly, to make this simple for you, it's up to you, but I would say, again, because you get a free tile. Now, keep in mind that when you do that, place a port tile without already. Player need not control the corporation. So you don't actually close the company. So you can do that, and you still get to keep the 5 income in every operating round. So it's not like a thing that when you do it, right? Because for Sumitomo Mines, which you also own, you have to sell this to a corporation. In which case, the corporation gets the income and not you.
Interesting.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, and you know what I never mentioned? We're like over 30 minutes into the rules explainer, and I haven't mentioned, by the way, the person who has the most money privately wins the game. Right? So at the end of the game, when the game ends, either the bank breaks or someone goes bankrupt, we count up all of our money in our coffers, not the company. You can't mix those two together. Plus the value of all the shares you hold. That's your score. Right?
Okay.
All right.
So, yeah, I mean, TR is where I'm gravitating towards for a lot of the reasons that we said.
Sounds good.
Right.
So what you do is you click on TR, and now what you have to do, reminder, let's go to the market. What you have to do is you have to set the par value. And the reason these squares here are painted red from 65 to 100 is those are the possible starting par values that you can set. Now, in the 2 games I've the 2 games I've started up to now, especially in the beginning of the game, we never did anything other than 65. For the simple reason that you want, A, you don't want to overpay for it, and B, you want other people to buy into the company to get it afloat, so it starts operating and generating revenue, right? So I don't know if this is a good strategy. Probably there's someone going to be on... I don't know if anyone watches this and be like, you guys don't know what you're doing. I'm like, yes, very much so. I've never finished an 18xx game, right? That's the whole point of this video. So my gut feeling tells me to start on a low par value so that people buy into your company.
Yeah, right, so, I did 65.
Okay, so now what we see here is, so what has changed now is it says 30% to float because you bought 2 shares. The IPO still has 8 shares. You bought the president's share, right? So now you'll see Ozymandias with a little asterisk, and that means you're the president. You now have the president's share, and down in your area, you see, you have a 20% share in TR. It says right here on your card. You also have 3 certificates that max out at 19. What does that mean? Well, you have the president's share. That's a certificate, even though it's 2 shares. And you have 2 companies, and that puts you to 3 certificates. Just to give you another number that doesn't matter yet.
Okay. At some point that'll be you.
At some point it might matter, right? So yeah, it's to Mike.
All right.
right? So
And
what are your starting? You have Takamatsu, so that's interesting, and you have a Hime. Interesting. So and to be clear, they don't have to be adjacent. Uh, if there's one thing I've noticed is this looks awfully disconnected right now. That changes relatively quick. I say it's gonna probably not change in the next hour, but once it starts connecting, almost everything connects super fast, right? Which is related to Erdos-Rani random graphs, and that's where I'll stop that conversation. But it is as outlined by Jeff Engelstein in Game Tech, which is a book that is amazing, and everyone should buy it.
Game Tech.
Yeah, Game Tech with a K.
Yeah. Like a tech war, like William Shatner's tech war.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's to you, Mike. And so you have you because of your two private companies, you kind of have dibs on like the Ozu tile, which is adjacent to UR and IR, but you also straight up have dibs on the Takamatsu tile, which is the KO. But keep in mind, you may only buy companies starting in the green phase, but I can tell you that usually those 6-2 trains go away pretty fast. Right? Because once we start floating companies and they get money, you're just going to buy trains because you want to start moving. And the fact that they rust later on is an unavoidable pain, but it's a thing you can deal with later.
Okay. So now, just stupid questions to, if I click on one of these company names.
Go ahead.
There's those two.
Everything's undoable. The first thing I'll tell both of you is we can undo indiscriminately. You can't make a mistake.
I click on KO, and then I'm going to set a par price.
Yep.
And I will set it nice and low.
And that's it.
And what
that's
that
my turn.
did, yeah.
Yeah. So now you have 2 shares in KO. So my choice now is, am I going to also try to start my own company, or am I going to try to float y'all's, right? Because we don't have that much money, right? You both are right around 200 and 225, and I have 275. And I don't even know that we'll be able to float more than one company, right? I mean, I'm not doing the math right now because I'm lazy, but at 65, we need to buy at least 3 more. I mean, I guess each and every one of us could float their own company. Is that true? I think it's almost true. Well, for you both, it's definitely true because you can buy that. For me, 170, 275, 175, it's not true for me. I cannot float my own company. So maybe I help you float yours. So I'm going to buy... Okay, so here's another thing I didn't tell you about stock rounds yet. On your turn in a stock round, so we're going to keep on going until all pass. On your turn in a stock round, you can do 2 things. And you can do them in any order, but you can only do those 2 things. You can sell any number of stock from one company. So if you have 5 of something, you can sell all 5 in one stock turn if you want. If you do that, in that stock round, you can never buy that stock back for what I think are obvious reasons, right? You wouldn't tank it. I mean, it's basically trying to prevent you from being a total dirtbag, right? Or you can buy one stock. So I can't just right now come into Takamatsu and be like, I'm going to buy 5 Takamatsu, right? Again, for obvious reasons. Mike needs to at least be able to counter a hostile takeover, right? So you start with 2. So if I buy 1, you're like, uh-oh, should I buy another one or am I worried, right? Because the presidentship only transfers when there is a majority. If I have 2 in KO, Mike still stays the president, right? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on TOSA and buy an IPO share. And now it goes back to Steve. Right, so now, Steve, you should see in TOSA that you have 2, I have 1, right? And it says 20% to float.
Okay.
There's so much information in that pause, and okay.
Yeah, it's yeah, I'm still trying to process what all this means.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I mean, I'm trying to be very transparent and honest.
Right. Yeah.
about the fact that I know that because I paid the most for the private companies, I'm not going to have enough money to float a company at 65. Whereas you both technically didn't need my help or each other's help to float your own company. Mike needs to buy 3 more shares at 65 each and has 225 yen. Right?
Yeah.
So knowing that you guys are going to start operating companies, I'd rather have your payout than starting to float my own. Is my thinking, right?
Makes sense. So I guess if I do, okay, so I could do another IPO share of Tosa. Even though, like you said, even if you went up to 2, I would still have the majority.
Yeah.
But I'm
So-
also still trying to get to float as well,
Yeah.
right?
So if you went up to if I went up to 2, you could still counter, right? The only
Okay.
time you can't counter, as you'll see potentially later, is if you're out of money. So usually someone will look and be like, "Hey, wait a minute. If I start a competition right now with Steve will not be able to avoid me taking over unless I force him to dump stock in something else."
Okay.
Right? That's where the game starts getting interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm already thinking about, okay, well, if I diversify, like maybe I want a piece of the company that Mike's got the presidency on, right?
You can do that,
but
right?
but then, if I spread too thin and his floats but
Right.
mine doesn't, like where
I wouldn't. Let's just nothing. There's nothing. There's no. I don't think there's anything you can do right now to like. I mean, there's definitely things you can probably do to like hurt yourself permanently, but like,
right.
I don't think those are it. Right. Right now, floating a second company while you're already the president of one in the first round in a 3-player game is probably not the best use of your money.
Right.
Because it's just going to sit there and do nothing.
Yeah. I'll do an IPO of Tosa. We'll keep it going.
That's probably fine. So Mike, it's to you.
All right. So, you can only buy 1 share, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I bought a share.
I think I'm going to help float Tosa. So
Thank you.
Click on Tosa, click on IPO. So now what happened is Tosa received 650 yen, right? So now Tosa has in its corporate coffers has 650 yen, which you can use to buy trains and other stuff like drill through mountains and whatnot, right? So yeah, it's back to you, Steve, right? You can. Oh, a couple more things. You can never own more than 60% of the shares of a company unless it's down here in the yellow and in the red. Here, see, corporation shares do not count towards. Oh no, in the yellow they don't count towards the certification limit, and orange you can hold more than 60. Right? Okay. Oh, and you see there now we have these tokens on the stock market.
Right. And that says corp shares do not count towards cert limit. So you were talking about certificates earlier, so that's to keep somebody from running away with it.
Exactly. But also, unless it's in the orange down here, you can't. No single player can have more than 60% of a company.
Right.
And to be clear, also just I think this is obvious, but once you have 5 shares, and all other shares are sold, that's also it, right?
Okay, so then I guess going back to the map then, if we go, so I had, okay, so they're up in, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what each of these mean. So
ask me anything. There's no hidden information in this game. Ask me anything.
Okay. So the EO, is that how you pronounce it? The EO Railway, the IR, that's north of where
E2 Matsuyama.
Okay. Right. So I'm trying to think in terms of, like, I have the one private company with the mountain ability. Am I overthinking to think
yes, you are
that
overthinking. You're 100% overthinking that at this point in the game. 100,000%.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I'm trying to think about how much to go with. Yep. Let's I'll just do EO to start. That's fine. So and it only gives me the 65 as the par there.
Yeah, well, you can't do more because you just went down to 5 yen, right?
Oh, hey, there's that. Yep.
Yeah. You have no more money left, right?
I have no
So
more. I have no more money left.
the
So.
only way you could buy more stock is by dumping stock at this point, which you can do, but you know,
Okay. Okay.
it seems
President
pointless to tank a company at this point, right? You could have just kept the money.
Right. Yep. I could have passed there as well.
You could have,
I'm assuming.
but you could have, but like I'm gonna say, there's no reason for you to hold on to private cash during
Okay.
nothing. Probably there's a reason. Again, some high level 18xx player is gonna tell me, "Oh boy, are you all in for a surprise later?" But like,
4-dimensional chess strategy.
yeah, why would you hold on to money? It's basically dead unless you're worried that the thing you're investing in is gonna tank, right? Okay,
Right.
so Mike's still trying to float.
I want to float.
Okay, so here's a thing that you did not take into account,
Oh yeah.
Ozzy. Right? Well,
Uh-huh.
you will see, right? So now you've drained yourself of money, and I can straight up take over Tosa, right?
Oh yeah. Look at that.
I can, right? Because I can buy another share, and then I'm the president. But
Then you're the president.
well, unless you dump EO right away again, in which case EO will tank down to you'll sell 2 shares at 65, get your money back, but then
Okay.
EO will go down to 55.
Okay.
Not the IPO, to be clear. The 2 shares you'd sell to the market would go down to 55. The IPO shares always stay at the IPO price.
Okay.
Right? That's why there's this distinction between the market and the IPO.
I see. Okay. So I would prefer for you not to take over Tosa.
I know you'd
so
prefer
if,
that, but like, that's why when you started eyeing another corp, I was like, I don't think you should do that, right? And
Got
now
it.
I'm going to explain to you why you shouldn't do that,
Okay.
right? So it's to
Okay.
Mike. It's to Mike though. Wait,
Yeah, I
did
guess
you
I'll
already pass? You could no wait. You couldn't have. Did you already pass? Wait.
It says that I have no valid actions and passes.
Oh, because yeah. Okay.
Money. Okay. Well, there.
Okay. So
I'm
yeah,
feeling bad.
there's literally nothing you can do about this, right?
Okay.
I mean, you should. It's weird. I think you should be able to dump stock and then buy something.
I was gonna say it didn't give me the option to.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that exactly. I don't want to linger on this too long, but I'm gonna check right here real quick. Stock rounds, stock actions, right? Because it says starting a player holds priority deal during a stock action. Player may sell one or more corporate shares, purchase one stock certificate. It doesn't say anything about if you have no money, right? Now, here's what this I think is. Go to auto.
Okay.
Go on your tab. Go to auto, right?
Got it.
And then somewhere in here, you can probably set what happens, right?
Right.
Auto pass and stock round. I mean, I have nothing checked in auto pass and stock round.
I have nothing. I have nothing either. So for
Interesting.
auto buy shares, it's got the radio button for until float, but it has a button for enable, and I don't have it. So
Interesting.
and then auto pass and stock round, I don't have anything either. So
Weird. Gotta run, take my son to after school. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Ming. Okay. I don't know what to say because let's live and learn, right?
is it? Well, okay. So, I was gonna say, is it worth undoing? Because when you said the other company, I was thinking of the company that Mike was doing. I wasn't thinking of the actual
I mean,
company
if you
itself.
want to undo,
But-
I'll undo. But
Okay.
it's a few steps at this point.
Okay. Either way, whatever's easier.
Well, because we just moved into the operating round, right? Because basically we all ran out of money.
Okay.
But I can undo it. It's your call.
Either way, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what the actual.
Okay, you sound like you want me to undo it, so I'm going to keep on undoing now till we get to the point where before you floated EO.
Yep.
There. Okay. It's your
Okay.
turn, and you have enough money to not float EO.
Right, and I'll put to the
There
IPO
you go.
for
I
Yep.
did tell you not to float. I did tell you to
You
not
did.
floatio.
You did.
Right?
I misunderstood.
Okay.
But I've learned my lesson.
Okay,
now.
Mike.
I understand.
Sorry, Mike. Just do whatever it is. So we had to. Yeah. Okay. So now you're at 4. So now again, I have to decide: am I going to go into Tosa, or am I going to like diversify? And I think we're going to diversify. And it goes back to Aussie.
Okay. And so, okay. I guess from not overthinking it, I'll just do another one in Tosa. We'll go all the way there. That's fine.
Okay, so now I can do stuff. Maybe I'll get in on Tosa. Not overthinking.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to use my last dollars to just keep on doing this. Okay, so now it flipped straight to the operating round because we just all ran out of money.
Right.
Right. And now basically the first token is placed automatically, right? So we have 2 companies. We have TR and KO that are operating because they got floated. And now it's to you, Steve, right? And so now I'll show you the very straightforward operating round steps, right? It's in this part of the rules section. And it says A to E you have to do in order. F you can do at any point, but you can only purchase a private company if it's with the consent of the owner and only once we get into the next round, the yellow part of the game. The green part of the game. So ignore F for now. Okay. So you can lay or upgrade a track. You can place a station token. You don't have to, and you don't need to in the beginning because you already have one. You can run trains. Hey, you don't have any trains yet, so you're going to skip C in the first operating round. Then you can distribute earnings and adjust stock price. You're not going to distribute anything. All of our stock's going to go down.
Right.
And then you can purchase trains. So the biggest thing in this first operating round is going to be to purchase trains that you can then use on the next operating round. First, the thing you got to decide is, where are you going to expand to, right? Also, keep in mind, you have that special ability that you can probably use by clicking on it or something, right? Your whole corporate put out a tile on Nangoku, which I think does not count as your lay or upgrade track step.
Okay.
I think. So
yeah, so
you could do that already, or you could hold on to it for later on expanding Muki or Komatsujima, right?
I think I'll go ahead and use it since it's right there.
Well, try it. Try clicking on the corporation and try to see if it allows you to put something down. Because there's only one tile like this, right? And it looks like this. So it goes around the corner, right?
Okay.
So
yeah.
So I don't know if that's... Well, maybe it's actually perfect here, right? Because it'll go around the corner to Nahari.
Right.
So you could lay that. And now, now you still have your lay or upgrade. So you can't upgrade yet because we're not in the green phase. But now you see all the available hexes you can expand into. And the nice thing is when you click on something like Nahari here, and in fact, I can do this even though it's not my turn. Right? I can click on Nahari and you see, these are the 3 different yellow pieces that you could lay down there. And you'll notice that all 3 of them have a circle on it. So you always have to upgrade the thing to the thing that is already underneath it. So if you put a tile on Muki, it would have to have a little notch like this, right? Because that's a town.
Are there just the notches?
Sorry, the notches are towns and the circles are cities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So you'd probably want to extend Nahari straight or something, right? Is my guess.
Yeah.
Right?
To come down to Maroto. Yeah.
Right. So now you again you could place, so you cannot forcefully block an area that has 2 station spots. You can't put your other station on Kuichi just to block it.
Okay.
You could put your other station on Nahari, which I'll tell you maybe not a bad idea, maybe, and here's why. You're probably not going to have a lot more money than buying. You might be able. I mean, you have $650, right? Or 650 yen. You could buy 3 trains. If you buy 3 trains, the next round, you could run 3 trains. You could run one from Kuichi to Nangoku, one from Nangoku to Nahari, and one from Nahari to Muroto. Now, you can only run the one from Nahari to Muroto if you have a station in Nahari.
Right.
But then you are also out of stations, and no, you cannot plop them up and put them down somewhere else later. Right? So the trains can always go as many stations as their number. Right? So a 3 train could run from Koichi to Nangoku to Nahari and earn 30 plus 30 plus 20 yen. Right?
Okay.
Now, if you have a second train that is also a 3 train, it cannot do the same track. In fact, you may never reuse parts of a track for another train in one operating round. Right? Has to be a perfect...
Only one train on the track at a time. Yeah.
Only one train on a track at a time per operating round. Right? So your choice right now, basically, first of all, yeah, the only reason I'm not saying click skip token yet is because you have to decide, do you want to make an extra 40 yen from a 3rd train on the next operating round? And I can't tell you what a good decision here is because, quite frankly, I don't know.
I like the idea of putting the station. I'll go ahead. So if I click on,
there you go.
Okay, and then that
now
puts
you
it.
get to the trains, and now you see there are 6 2 trains, right? You can't buy 3 trains yet. You can only buy 2 trains.
Only buy 2.
And I would probably, I mean, if you want to reap the full rewards of what you just did, you're gonna need 3 trains, right? Now all of those will rust eventually, so you're gonna have a happy. It's gonna be a happy day for Tosa Electric in the near future, but they may have already amortized at that point, is my guess. Right. So you would buy 3 trains. I think basically you'd click buy 3 times.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Right. Yep.
Now you say you're done with trains, and now
done with trains.
On your corporate charter. So if you go to entities, you'll see on your corporate charter it says 222.
Yes.
Right. That means you have 3 2 trains. Right.
Okay. And now it goes to Mike.
Yep. So same thing for you, Mike. Right. Only that you don't have any hyper super special. Do you have a hyper super? You have Dugo and South. No. You have your abilities are get an EO share, which is pointless right now, right? Because EO isn't worth anything yet. And I think to get the EO share, you actually have to give up, I think, the Dugo Railway, right? Yeah, you have to exchange it. You don't want that. You want the 15 yen income. So you're on a very standard, what am I going to do, right? You'll notice that if you expand into... So the first thing I'll tell you about these red ones are ferry lines, right? When you lay track to ferry lines, and that's one of your stations... In the yellow phase, you get 20. In the yellow and green phase, you get 20. In the brown phase, you get 40. And once the diesel trains are out, you get 80. Right? So those are pretty good stations, and you're never allowed to lay a piece of tile there, so you block it off. Whereas for the other things, you can block off things. Now, you'll notice that for you, probably putting something down here that includes the town will give you some revenue from the town. Right? Whereas going to J3, well, here's the thing. 2 trains don't go 2 hexes, they go 2 stations. Right? Mm-hmm. So if you put this around the corner tile down on J3, you could run 1 2 train that would go from Takamatsu to that place, right? So if I were you, that's probably what I would do. Right? I would probably put down you'd put down, if I click check mark now, it'll tell me it's not your turn. So I'm going to click X. Right.
Wait, okay. So if I build that one right here, check.
Right. So now you instantly go to trains. Now, you only can run 1 2 train at the moment with your current setup. And that 2 train will make you $50 or 50 yen, right? 30 for Takamatsu, 20 for Sakaide Okayama.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So the question is, I don't think you need to. you're eventually going to have the ability to run more, but because the buy train phase comes after the run trains phase, you can worry about that later. Unless you're worried that 2 trains are going to sell out for whatever reason, which again, I sound like I know what I'm talking about. I very much don't.
And there's 3
Right.
2 trains left.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I want a train.
I mean, you definitely need one. Okay, let me be very clear. If you
have
don't
money.
buy, so first of all, you're not allowed. Okay, here's where I'm going to start with shenanigans. So you now have a home station and track laid there. You have to buy a train. If you hit
Right.
pass right now, it will tell you no. You are not allowed to be a suitcase corporation, right? Because what you can do with places that don't start on already existing tiles, home tiles, like you can decide to not lay down track there, in which case you do not have to buy a train, and then you don't have to worry about that. And that's I think it's called someone please correct me on this if you know the terms better. I think it's called a suitcase corporation or a briefcase corporation or something like that. In the sense that it's just on paper, right? It's just it's a non-existent corporation that's just there to siphon money off of, right? To embezzle money from the bank.
Yeah. Okay. So as far as stations go, I have 1 station.
2
in
stations. Well,
Cave.
you have 1 station, but you can't as you have 1, 2, like 1 to 2. So a 2 train can run from Takamatsu to Okayama. Right? Even though you don't have a station there, it doesn't matter. As long as one part of that route has one of your stations on it, you can run that route. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So you don't need more than 1 train, but you do need
Yeah.
1 train.
And then the other thing on this interface, under available trains, you can show trains from other users.
Don't do that.
And,
No one's going to sell their trains. So that's
and yeah, that's
so
how you
that
get that going.
well, you could buy trains right now, obviously only from Steve, but Steve's not going to sell you his trains, I think.
Yeah, but there's some interface. If I buy there,
Yeah,
there's some
again, don't do that.
not a train.
Right. It would trigger an offer, but
Yeah.
yeah, and then I would decline, and then
Right.
on we go.
So you could keep on buying trains, but again, I doubt that you need more than 1. But
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that right now.
okay.
So okay, pass.
Yep.
Is that what I do now?
Yep, you do.
Okay, and I say done with
And
train.
now we go back, and so now we're in stock round 2, right? Only that literally none of us have money, right? So I think what's going to happen is I think we're all going to pass, unless you want to dump stock, right? So this is another point where you could, if you wanted to, you could dump stock.
Right. Yeah, and clicking on Tosa gives me the option of selling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like because I have 5 shares at this point.
Right.
I'm going to pass.
That's what I thought. Same for Mike. I don't think this is a valuable stock round, right? I think you can just pass it. Eventually we'll have money and then we can figure this out again.
Right.
Yeah.
We're in startup mode.
What's my Dugo Railway ability? Let me look. Oh, that was my ability. That wasn't Mike's ability. All right. No, I'm not. Pointless, right? Pass. Okay, go back into operating round, right? So now same thing again, right? Only that now you'll see what happens when we run trains. But first thing is always lay track, place a station, run trains, right? So you still get to lay track. Now be careful about clicking on H13, G8, or F7 because that's going to keep it, but also it's going to cost the company's money, not your money.
Right.
So you could extend to H13 or you could extend to E8, depending on what you want to do.
I'm thinking H13. We'll just go around the bend to Mookie.
It's going to cost you it's going to cost you 80. So your company money is going to go down to 290 from 370.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You didn't have the mountain one?
Wait, undo it. Let's undo it. So the reason you don't want to do that yet maybe is because soon, once we get into the second stage of the game, you will be able to sell. Remember, you have that company.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sell it to the private corporation or the private company to the corporation.
Yeah, you will be able.
Okay.
Oh, that's Mike. You will be able to sell the Sumitomo mines to Tosa Electric. The way you sell it is you basically, when you're operating Tosa, you offer a price to yourself, and that price has to be between 50% to 200% of the original value.
Oh wow. Okay.
Right? So you can basically, get some money out of it for yourself, but while draining your own company.
Right.
And then you can start skipping the price for mountains, right?
Okay.
So
And that's something that would happen in the stock round?
no, you'd have
No.
to do it. You
Okay.
mean the selling?
The selling of the
It's
yes.
part of the operation. Look here in
It
the
is still
rules.
part of the operation.
Purchase
Okay.
private. See, it's F. Purchase private companies.
Okay, that's what the letter you told us to
Right.
ignore earlier. So
But
got it.
but you cannot do it until we get until the first 3 train is bought.
Okay. And then at this point, I'm not able to upgrade anything because that comes in a later phase,
Well, we're not
right?
in the
Because we haven't reached
We haven't reached.
the
We're still
green
in the
part.
we're still in the yellow phase. So I would
Right.
suggest extending to E8 around the corner to get to Kuwakawa eventually.
The
Right?
Kubakaba. Yep. Okay. Um. In. Okay. Actually,
I mean,
the
do something.
tiles that are available.
Oh, there's nowhere.
Well,
There's no curved tile available anymore.
there's a curved tile. I wonder if it'll let me.
I mean, this one.
So it goes up. It will not let
You
me
can
turn
rotate
it.
it. No. You click on it.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay.
You
So
click
yes,
on
I
it to
can go to
rotate it. Yeah.
Kubakaba.
You
Okay.
first select the tile and then you click on the tile to rotate it.
Okay.
Right.
That
So
wasn't immediately clear, but now
Okay,
I
so
follow.
now you're going to run trains, and I'm going to tell you right away. You could try to figure it out yourself, but what you're going to do right now is you're going to hit the auto button.
And this prevents
I'm
you
fine with
from
that.
Hit the auto button.
doing double counting tracks or whatever.
Well, it won't allow you to do that either, but you could
Yeah.
potentially find a suboptimal route, right?
Okay.
So when you hit auto,
So I did auto,
and what does it
and
say? Submit how much?
it says submit 150 yen.
Sounds great. Hit submit 150 yen.
I'm fine with that.
And now you have to. So now you see what it did, right? It ran one train from here to here, one train from here to here, one train from here to here, exactly the way we predicted it, right?
Right.
So if you
But
pay
each color,
if you pay out, each share gets 50. So because they're each per share it's 15, right? Because 10%, not that hard to do.
Right.
And your stock would move one to the right on the market, so it would go back to 65.
Okay.
And again, right now because 2 are still IPO, those I think evaporate. Or you know what? No. As long as they're IPO, I think that money goes to your corp. So your corp would get 30. If I'm right about this, it would be 400 in the corp. You would get, I can't do math anymore. You get 75. I'd get 30, and Mike would get 15 if you pay out. I think in the beginning, you always want to pay out. Always.
Right.
Because why would you keep the money there? You have enough money to buy cheap ass trains, right?
Right. Well, and we also want to get more of the private cash so that when the stock comes back around, because right now
we want to start floating more corporations.
Yes.
Right. We 100%. So I think you always pay out. Right. So again, no, the 2 IPO shares just evaporated. So for that,
Right.
it has to be in the market. Okay, got it.
Interesting. Okay.
So right, you got, let's see, 150, 75, 30, 15, as I said, right?
Okay.
And now you're back on buying trains. I think you're done with 2 trains.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's nothing else to do, right? Because I don't have another station.
I mean, the only thing you could do is want to get to the next phase faster and then not care about it. Now, another thing I forgot to mention, as is important at this point, is there's a train limit per corporation. And right now it's 4. Right now it's 4. And you can see here, it's also 4 in the next phase, and then it's 3, and then it's 2, and then it's 2, and then it's 2. And there's an interesting thing here, interesting wrinkle, which is when you're at your train limit, you can't just buy a better train and then discard another train. Like, you can't, the only way you can ever be forced to discard a train to the market is if the train limit changes and then suddenly you're above the limit, right? Then you have to discard a train to the market. But you can't just buy a better train and then get rid of another train. That's not allowed. So what I'm saying is if you bought another 2 train, you would not be able to buy another train until all of your 2 trains rust.
Yeah, I don't I'm okay with passing. I
I
think.
think you want to pass. This is my very long explanation as to why I think you'd want to pass here.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'll skip.
Okay.
All right.
So
So,
to Mike.
Mike, you get to.
Yeah.
So
I
now
get
you have an interesting. I think you actually have an interesting decision to make. And now I realize that I've made a mistake for you. And the reason I made a mistake is if you had bought 2 trains last turn, then you could have already run 2 trains because you could have built
I
on
could
K6. That's my bad. That is definitely a thing I overlooked.
Wait, if I
Because
built to K6, what would happen for J5 or
I mean, you
two?
can do all of those things, but you're not going to have 2 trains
Yeah,
because you only
but
bought 1
but
train, right? You should have that I was making such a big push for only buying 1 train. You probably should have bought 2 trains,
yeah,
right? That's my bad,
that's just I lost 1 turn of that,
basically.
but I could still. Oh, so what are the considerations of going to this other port down in K7 L7
Pulse
or Ritsurin? So Naruto
Naruto. So
and
again, you could
Ritsurin.
run. You could if you had a second train, it would give you 50 yen because you could run it from Takamatsu to Naruto.
Mhm.
But in order to do that, you'd have to place. You'd have to basically build a bridge here, and that costs you 80, right? Because you have to build over the waterway. Um,
Yeah.
you,
I see.
but
So
you're gonna want that income sooner or later anyway. And right now, I think
I
don't think
have.
you can't improve your situation yet. Now, what I will tell you this time, I'm going to not mess this up, is if you buy 2 more 2 trains this turn, then next turn you will be able to build both K6 and J5, and then you can run all 3 trains.
Yeah. So yeah. So if I do that
Right.
now
Now you
and
just
just get
again hit
money,
auto. It doesn't matter. It's going to give you
I'd
the
run my
Takama.
trains.
It's going to give you Takamatsu to Okoyama because obviously,
Yeah, and I
or
got that one
actually they're
train.
both the same. They're both equally good. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I
Right.
picked that one,
You
and then I'm
submit
like, yeah,
50.
submit.
You submit
Boom.
50, and now again you can if you pay out, it's
Pay out
5
the
per
port.
share.
I'm gonna pay out
Yeah.
because I don't
Right.
need it really. Okay.
And so
Right.
now, yeah, now you probably should buy
Yeah.
2 trains, right?
2 trains because then I can build
Because then you can
to
build to
J5.
J5, and then you can run all
Yeah.
3 trains, right? Which
Boom.
I
Done.
yeah, there you go. And then you could
330
say done with
done
trains.
and done with trains.
And now we're gonna go back to stock, and now we all have a little bit of money, right? Starting with Aussie, and you have 120, so you can now we're back in back in the action, right?
Right. And then the UI does say, okay, last run from this company, which
Right.
I mean, right now, I imagine becomes bigger later when all the companies are
Yeah.
running and
I mean, the
you're
largest I've seen from a company at this point where we're probably in round operating total round 7, not sub rounds, but we're on the 7th stock round. Um, we've seen companies make 350, right?
you know,
Because you're also constantly upgrading the stations. They generate more revenue. Um, so yeah, if I were
so
you, I would. I mean, it's up to you, right? You could invest more in Tosa and get more money out of it from paying out, or you could start considering another corp or go in on Takamatsu. All sky's the limit, right?
well, right, and so Mike's next turn, he's going to go to J5, run 3 trains, and then
Yeah.
what's the money that he would get from that?
It's going to be 140, right? Because Takamatsu's 30 and Ritsurin is going to be 10, and these are both 50, so it's 140.
Do you just
Okay.
know it's 10 or is there
I
some
know
way
it's 10
to
because if you look at the tiles, those I mean, see, the towns are always 10 in the yellow. And the other thing
Okay.
I'll note to you all that you can only ever run yellow through towns because you
Mm,
cannot upgrade green or brown in towns. There are no upgrade tiles for that,
okay, I see.
right?
Yeah, okay, looking at the tiles, so I guess you're talking about it would be number 58 is the tile that would be 10, or I guess he could
58,
run either one of
58,
those.
and number 3,
Number
right?
3, right? Okay.
of
Okay.
which currently there are 5 tiles, 2 of that and 3 of that.
Okay.
Okay. I think the possibility of buying into Mike's company is sort of intriguing because he's about to go to 3 trains, but I'm gonna keep do one more in Tosa for now, just to increase my own payout.
Go ahead.
And then I am going to leave it at that. I'm going to keep 55. So I'll say done on share.
Okay. So now, Mike,
Okay.
you get to do whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah, and I think
With
I
your-
just want to make sure I have buy an IPO share in Takamatsu.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know. No, maybe I want a piece of this Tosa a little more.
It's definitely. I mean, you're going to be the last IPO holder. Like, there's only one more IPO share, right?
You mean Takamatsu? Or no, yeah,
Tosa.
that's yeah.
Tosa. So once you buy Tosa,
Tosa,
that's
yeah.
it. There's no more. Tosa is now all sold.
Okay. Done.
Okay, so now I have a decision to make. Either I buy more of your IPO, which I probably should, or I open my own, start my own company. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just invest in you guys' company. Say done share. Goes back to Ozzy.
I don't know.
Well, it's
Can
the
I?
only you only have 55 yen, so the only thing you can do right now is sell, right?
Yeah. So
If
I'll
if you
pass.
do pass, not just pass share, it will unpass you if shares get sold,
Okay.
right? So similar for Mike, right? The only thing you can do right now is sell shares because you only have 30 yen left. So I'm also going to auto pass because wait, no, man, I have 60. Damn it. Be nice if I could buy something. Let's do auto pass. Okay, operating round.
Okay. So
Tosa.
now I can continue going to Kubikawa. I think there's a straight line there. I think that still makes sense. And then hit. So we're on the train, so I can go ahead and do auto again.
Yeah. Or
Oh, actually, it already. It looks like it already did
yeah,
it.
you can also do clear all and then hit auto, but like it'll do the same thing again, right? Because it's like
Yeah,
nothing got better for you, right?
right. It says prior routes are autofilled. So
Yeah.
so if you want to keep it, you can just go immediately. And I was gonna say nothing's really changed here, so I'll submit 150,
Yep. And then do whatever you want, right?
and
But again,
we'll pay out again.
yeah.
I like the idea of paying out again.
Now the thing is, you
Now,
guys, you all need to figure out when it is that you want us to go into the next era, because I'm not in a situation where I'm going to buy that first 3 train, right? And it's up to you guys to decide when the first person wants a 3 train, right? Because right now, for example, it would basically make a 2 train obsolete, so to speak, but it's going to live longer than the 2 trains, right?
yeah,
And I would say that specifically for you, Steve, for Tosa, you don't. I don't think you want all. Well, I don't think you want this train to be a. Well, there are no 2 trains left, right? So anything you buy now is going to be a 3 train.
right.
Do you need a 3 train to get to Kubikawa?
He does
Right,
not.
not.
He does if he once Kubikawa is connected. But again,
Yeah.
so to be clear, you can only build on Kubikawa if you are the president of the KU Railway.
Got it. Oh, okay,
Right?
okay.
So you can't just. I mean, wait a minute. No, that's not true. You know what? It's not true. You just can't block the station. You can build a tile there, but you cannot block the station because KU has an exclusive right to that station. But you
Mm,
can build. You definitely can build a tile there, so that you can avoid someone having that fictional corporation that only exists on paper, right? Because you need to be able to say, hey, you own that and you're never going to build there because all you want to do is drain the company. Boy, do I have news for you, right? I'm going to put a track there and now you have to operate. Good luck buying a
right.
diesel train for no money left because you drained it all into another company, right? So yes, you can lay track there. You just can't put a station on it.
Okay.
That doesn't. To be clear, that was not the case for Ozu, right? Ozu is blocked right now because of the private company. But anyway, forget that. This has nothing to do with you right now. So yeah,
Right.
if you wanted another train, you could later on run it to Kubikawa. In that case, you'd want 4 trains, but one of them is going to be a 3 train. So again, you only need 2. You're only going to need 3 trains. One of your 2s is going to be obsolete. But then later on, when all 2s rust, you at least have 1 3 left over, right?
Right. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is at least have one to sort of protect myself since I'm already 3 deep into.
Now the
2
bad
trains.
news for you is you don't have enough money to do that. Oh wait, you have 370. What
I
am I
do.
talking about? No, you have tons of money.
Yeah.
I was looking at your money. I wasn't looking at your. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I cannot personally buy
can't
the
personally
3 train,
buy
but
it.
Tosa can. Tosa can.
Yeah, and you probably should.
And yeah, I think I will. And then
Right, so now it says TR pays out. So now we're in phase 3, which means now we have 2 operating rounds. Right. Here's the big confusing thing. It's phase 2, but it calls it phase 3 because we start on phase 2. How do you like that, Steve?
sure.
Because the phase is always called the phase of the 2 train, and because we start with 2 trains, right? It's almost like a 0 or 1 index thing, right?
Yeah.
It's because they wanted a double use of the number and the phase.
And
Because the
phase,
number
yeah.
is important for 2 stations, right? And you can kind of, from a design perspective, I can appreciate that, but I can also appreciate that this is confusing to players.
I know this makes me think about like programming and variable names, like
Yeah.
like you should just put phase 3 train or something.
Well, Puzmo
Right.
Joe says this is awesome. Can't watch now, but we'll definitely watch if there's a recording. Puzmo Joe, don't know if you're still listening to this, but yes, I will put this up on YouTube later. Hey Brian, did you end up playing 1889 instead of 1860? Yes, we are playing
Yeah,
1889
Shikoku.
because we have a 3rd player.
Incredible.
Okay,
It's Mike.
it's Mike. So yeah, so Brian, you can. Okay, so now we are. This is relevant for you. Now we are. You can do companies, right? Because we're in that phase. You moved us in that phase. You're still operating, and now you can buy Sumitomo mines from yourself, basically.
Okay.
So Tosa can buy Sumitomo mines, and then they can go through mountains for free,
Okay.
right? And the way you do that is you click on Sumitomo mines, and then you have to set a price. That is the amount of money that will flow from Tosa Electric to your private coffers, and it can be anywhere between 25 and 100.
Right. And it starts at 100.
You can go down to 20. It goes from a half to twice the value.
Yeah.
If you try you can type any other number in and hit buy, and it's just going to tell you
It'll bark.
you can't do that.
Right. I'm wondering if there's value in doing this yet, right now, or waiting a turn because I'm right now.
You can do it whenever because the revenue will go to whoever owns the company. Yeah.
Okay.
So you might want to. I mean, if you want to hold on to it so that you get the revenue until you need it. If you're not going to use it yet, you should probably keep it with you because it's going to generate more revenue for you.
Right. I guess the question is next turn, do I want to go ahead and finish to Kubikawa, or do I want to go ahead and buy the South Company?
Probably. I don't know.
Right.
It's up to you. Right. We're getting into territory where asking me strategic advice is highly questionable.
It's highly questionable. So, or can we go to Mookie and start doing things there?
I just said highly questionable,
Yeah.
and yet
Yes.
I will tell you I think going to Kubikawa is your better bet.
Right. No, I think that's fine. So I'm gonna skip the companies part for now. I'll go ahead and hold it,
Okay. So then
and that goes to Mike.
there goes Mike. So also we did move into phase 3, which now has 2 operating rounds, but not this time, because it happened during this operating round, right?
So just one operating round.
So it's gonna be 1 operating round. But after the next stock phase, there will be 2 operating rounds.
Okay,
Right.
so if I
So you
Build
want exactly, and
track.
now you want to hit auto, and it's going to use
Now
all
we
3
run
of
my
your
train.
trains. Yeah.
they all get used, bunch of money,
Okay.
awesome. And now I want to be submit, and I want money.
Yeah. Pay it out.
Okay.
Very
And
nice.
then there's like a company thing. Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah. So again, you can buy your own companies or offer to buy someone else's company with their consent. Would
Yeah.
you?
So
Is
this,
there any reason for you to do that? Let's look. You
So when it
own.
says I can put a green tile, so the Ehime Railway.
When this company is sold, the selling player may place a green tile on Ozu. Well, Ozu's not doing anything yet, right? There's no. Ozu might eventually be connected to the IR or the UR line. So questionable whether you want to give your corp the income from that private company is what I would say.
Yeah. And would that give incentive to try to get those corporations going?
Potentially, but no one has money. I mean,
Yeah.
we're starting to get to dig us out of the hole that we put ourselves in. The other two games I'm playing are 4-player games, and I think the 3-player game is off to a slower start. Right? Obviously, there's more money flowing around in a 4-player game.
Okay, and so then let's talk about the Takamatsu E-Railroad. It is owned by a Blocks Takamatsu K4 while owned by a player. I'm a player, and I own that company.
You own that company. I don't. What does that even mean? This is the part where I'm going to say let's probably skip that. Trying to figure that out for now, because I'm like, while owned by a player. I think what that means is that no one else can upgrade there or go through there, but you already have a station there, right?
Yeah.
So what happened, I think, is someone else had Takamatsu E-Railroad. I owned the Takamatsu Electric Railway, and I couldn't start building until they sold me Takamatsu, right? So I think what I'm trying to say is that was only a guarantee that you were going to get Takamatsu Electric Railway.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's kind of how it seems to me too.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna.
I think you skip.
Oh, maybe I'll buy a train.
Oh yeah, you might want to buy. Well, yeah. So keep in mind now there are 4 3 trains, right?
Yeah, but I think I just want one, and I
go
have
ahead.
money.
Yeah, go ahead, buy one.
And then I'm gonna skip companies.
Yeah.
Nothing to do.
Okay, now we go back to Steve and stock, right? So now we're all a little bit more flush with money, I think.
Right.
165, 167, 131. So now we can start, Steve, you can still go into Takamatsu, which is generating revenue, or you can start trying to get your second company afloat. I don't know is what I would say to what's the best thing to think about, right? At this point, we could talk, right? We could be like, hey,
right.
do we want to co-float a company? I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I'm not going to co-float another company where I'm not the president. Right. So if you start into a new company right now, I'm 100% not going to invest in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll buy into Takamatsu for now.
Right.
We'll go with that, and then done.
Yeah. So are you sure, Andy?
Well, I'm not gonna. Yes, I'm sure. I'm not gonna not be president of a company at all this game. I mean, unless you guys really block me out, but we'll see.
Right.
Someone could take Takamatsu from me.
Not really. Well,
No,
I could. No, you're right. I could. If I buy the next 2, I could. But if you buy one more, then I can't.
Prevent that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so in order to open a company, you have to buy 2 shares,
you can't buy more in one turn. You have to. It's only allowing you to sell right now.
Awesome. Well, let's move it on. Done.
Yeah, and I'll buy the last of these.
Okay. And then I will.
Either pass or start a new company.
Yeah, I'll pass.
And start a new company, though, you have to buy 2.
Yeah, you need at least 130. So none of us can start a new company right now.
Right.
Yeah. So I could only sell? Is that true? Okay.
Okay, and now we have 2 operating rounds. So I would say, I would just say go try. I mean, so now again, you can at this point. The one thing I'll tell you, Steve, is because that last point in the rules, that purchase private companies can happen at any point, you could now buy Sumitomo Mines and go through H13 for free. Or you could not do that and try to get another round of revenue from it to yourself and just go to Kubikawa. Also, you can now upgrade places, right? So you can upgrade Nangoku or Nahari. You can't upgrade Koichi because we're not in the brown phase yet, right? But you can upgrade those places, which will give you options to also increase the value. Not Nangoku, right? Because I think Nangoku, because it has a town, you can't upgrade towns. Towns are towns.
Yeah, Nangoku doesn't have an
No, it
option.
doesn't have
Nanari
options.
has 3.
Yeah, Nahari has options, and it also probably puts it to 30, is my guess, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that.
So that would increase your income by 20 because you have 2 lines going in and out of it. Or you could go to Kubokawa, which I think is what you want. I don't know. I'm not going to do the math on this.
I mean, Kubakawa does it's 20, and then I just have to figure out kind of where I want to go
You
from
don't
there.
you don't really figure out. You don't have to figure out the optimal train lines. That's for sure. You just hit auto.
Right. Just hit auto.
Yeah.
I will do. We'll do that for Kubakawa. We'll go straight on our way to Nakamura for that port, and then I will come up. Okay, so clear all, auto, submit 200,
Nice. Nice.
and we will pay out.
You're
And then-
you're getting really rich now. Getting really rich.
And let's go ahead and make that. So for Sumitomo, we'll buy it. I'll go ahead and do, because how much are the 3 trains? I mean, I can't buy any more trains though, right? Because the train
You can't
limit.
buy. I mean, you can try it, but they're 180. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure you cannot. You'd like to because you'd maybe prefer to have a 3 over a 2, but I think you cannot.
Right.
I think it will tell you are at your train limit or something like that.
What? Right. And I think. And the only reason I'm thinking that is, well, even if I buy it at like 25, even if I do a sweetheart deal, it's still gonna price me out of the 3 train because it's 180, and I'm at 190 for Tosa.
Yes.
So
Well,
why don't
eventually
we?
you're going to keep money. Eventually you're going to see. I really want my stock price to go up, but also I need money to buy trains. This is what
Right.
happened to us in both games, right? Because right now our stock is like, the stock is great. It's 90, awesome, right? And
Right.
You want to keep
Yeah, I've been
seeing-
paying out.
Yeah, and you want to keep see it going up, but it's like, yeah. The reason you're so far ahead right now, by the way, if you ever look at entities and you see value, right? Like it's right now, it's Mike's at 736, I'm at 797, and you're at 935, right? And the reason you're so far ahead is because of that Nangoku extra tile, right? That gave,
Right.
and me giving Mike bad information.
Well, you know,
So yeah,
highly questionable. What was that? Oh, I thought I heard something.
What was that thing that so Nengoku is somehow
Oh,
making secret?
that tile here he got for free because
Right.
of one of his private companies.
Right. The
that's
Mitsubishi
just
Ferry
Mitsubishi.
allowed me to place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
got it.
So
Okay.
now I know that one's actually, it's interesting because I think those private companies are not balanced at all. And so now I know that that Mitsubishi Ferry is like a thing to look out for because it's also 30, right?
Yeah. What's the little anchor mean?
I mean, so you have to place it on an anchor. You can only play it on Nangoku, Muki, or Komatsujima.
I get it.
So after the initial placement, does the port matter in any way, or is it only for that initial placement
I
off
think
of
it's
the
only for the
ferry?
initial placement. And I'm also just, I keep on saying Komatsujima. It's like, I'm mangling these names so badly.
I know it's terrible.
Komatsujima, right? That'd be probably sort of kind of closer to the real pronunciation.
Okay. And then I am going to. I think so. I've done the purchase from Tosa. I'll go ahead and skip, and then take it to Mike. I'm actually going to step away for a quick health break, real quick.
Sure.
I'll be back.
Okay, so now I think, you have 4 trains, right? So now is the perfect time. So before you do what I think you're going to do, I'm going to tell you, in order to use all 4 wait, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Well, the thing is, wait, 1, 2. No, wait, you can do this. You can do this without placing a station. Because you can use the 3 train to go from Takamatsu all the way to Kotohira, right? Because it goes through 3 stations, and then you can use the other two of your 2 trains to do the other 2 routes. So you don't actually have to place a station on Kotohira, right?
Yeah, and there is an available tile.
Yes, there should be. It's probably more than one, right?
I think there's only one. And now where do I want to go?
Oh no, there is only one. There's well, exactly.
And I think I want to set myself up to go up
Yeah, probably.
to
Right?
Marugame.
Probably Marugame. Oh man,
Okay.
Kotohira, that's even a
And then
40. Wow. So now, yeah, I think if you just if you pick that and then do auto on your trains, I'm very strongly. Did you hit
yeah,
confirm?
is a skip token. Is that like so I could
Oh
place a
yes, you
token
could
in?
place a token there. I don't think that's a good placement of a token. No one
Yeah,
else is connecting
yeah,
to you yet,
I don't think
right?
so. Okay, now
So
I'm
now
going
you
to
know hit
put
clear all and
Honorable
then
here,
auto.
auto, boop,
Yeah, boop,
and
and there you go.
red is my 3 train.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, submit. Um, market.
So your company is running pretty low, but I would really appreciate if you paid out so that I could start getting my own company going.
Yeah, it's fun having money. Gonna pay out.
Yeah. I mean, eventually you're going to have to keep money in the company to buy trains, but I don't think you're at that point yet.
Yeah, pretty close though. Okay,
Yeah.
this is all. I'd say at this point, I will declare everything has started to click
Yeah, no, I
fully.
mean it's that's that's
Finally
that's
got there.
that's about as good as it gets because for me I'm still 99.9% for sure that there's like 9,000 different dynamics that I haven't considered yet.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Um,
definitely.
okay, so hit skip railways, but now the
Oh,
thing
sorry.
is when you do or skip companies, when you do that, it's going to go back to Steve,
So
right?
we have two now.
Because now we have 2 operating rounds, which
Yeah,
basically means we're going to be getting thank God we're going to be getting a lot of money now, right? So if we go to entities, see like I'm at 284, Steve's at 363. Man, yeah, it's because his company is doing very, very well. Like Steve got me off to maybe the best start I've seen in this game.
yeah,
Um,
but yeah,
Purely by accident.
yeah, well, you picked a good choice. You had a good. You're like, oh yep, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna place it next to Koichi. I'm immediately going to have 3 trains to run on my first operating round or my second operating round, which was fantastic, right? Um, and maybe that's a known opening. I don't know. Maybe it is. Um,
Okay. And then I will submit 200 again. Um, so the train purchase is after the dividend decision.
yes,
Okay. So I could pay out one more time
you could.
and then potentially.
Well, keep in mind
Well, and I still have the train limit
yeah,
question too, right?
there's
So
3 more 3 trains there. We still have 3 more 3 trains before we even get to the 2s rusting.
okay.
So I think that this isn't going to happen until more companies get floated. Is my
Right.
yeah is my intuition.
I think I have a turn. I'm gonna go ahead and pay out. Let's go ahead and keep that stock price moving in the right direction. I will skip the
Well, also
companies.
keep your private cash moving in an amazingly lucrative direction.
Well, I have to for
All
the
of
other
us, yeah.
stockholders on the call. On the other
No, no, no,
stockholders
no.
on the
I'm
call.
happy.
This is yes.
I'm happy. I'm happy for sure. I'm happy with this. Um, very happy.
is there any reason to have, as I'm considering placing this tile up in Marugame, to connect to the port that way in 2 different ways?
I mean, you'll be able to upgrade that tile layer to green, and there are enough green tiles that will then allow you to branch down to H3 again, right? Because right now you'd obviously have to use the around the corner tile. But yeah, if you look here, you'll see that there are those like, oh look, it's that tile, but also I can branch off of it in different ways, right? So you're not locking yourself out from H3 is what I'm saying. Like if you put the tile down on Marugame right now, the thing is I
Yeah,
don't think that you have trains to run that
I did.
unless you put down a station, right? So now is the
Yeah,
point where you could consider putting down a station on Marugame.
yeah. I'm
Actually,
just gonna
sorry, you
put
can
like
put it down on Marugame. You can't put Wait, that
Okay.
is it allowing you to do that?
Yeah, it did.
Interesting, because I thought it said you can't block off those ports. Maybe you can't block off both.
Yeah.
Right,
There
as
were
long as there's one out.
there were definitely some rules about laying track. Uh, track restrictions.
But I can't get to Marugame.
Sorry, I'm looking up a thing right now because I'm actually curious about that.
Can you place another station, or would I guess if
Well,
you
you
already
can't
did
you
that
can't
tile?
place a station on Marugame because Marugame
Yeah.
is
No,
right.
but on
Oh,
Kodahira, and
definitely
then get to Marugame from
yeah,
there.
you can definitely place a station on Kotohira. And
Which
then
then
you
I
can
could.
and then you can get to Marugame from Kotohira. Yeah, you can definitely do
Feels-
that.
I don't know. It seems a little wasteful to me. But I don't know the scales. I'm
Well, I
working
mean,
with here.
keep in mind, see what Steve did, right? Steve already placed down both of his stations, and is
And it
rushing
helped.
ahead, right? So,
Yeah.
is that a good idea to do what you did just now and place it on Kotohira? I don't know exactly why. Oh wait, is that like I would have connected Marugame to Sakaida and Okayama? I don't know why you're closing that off. I wouldn't have laid that tile, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Maybe not. I actually was. Here, wait, I can click that.
Yeah, I would use the one that goes up to Sakai to Okayama because this is just going to increase your opportunities for revenue, right? I think. And now you could put
Yeah.
Kotohira, and now you can run a 3 train from Kotohira to Marugame to Sakaida. Well,
Yeah.
you only have 1 3 train,
I know
so
how you can do this. I'm trying to get the
see, it's
interface.
not
I did
getting. Wait, the two. It's not allowed to clear all auto. There we go. Because I was like, you should be able to submit 240. Is what I'm seeing on my end.
Okay, and so then if I go auto,
If it says anything other than submit 240, then something went wrong on your end.
submit 240
There we go.
because
Very nice.
I ran that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and pay out.
Pay out, pay out, pay out. Yes. Well, I need money. I need money. I need to get my
Right.
I need to get running.
Yeah.
Okay. Go for it, Steve.
Okay.
So we are in stock round 5.
Can you remind me how we go vertical on the market?
So up is all of your stock is in circulation. So if all 10 shares are owned by players, it goes up at the end of a stock round. It goes down a step for each share that is sold. But for example, if you look on the market right now, KO can't go down more than 1. Like it stops there. It doesn't like go down the stairs. Right? So it doesn't matter if someone sells like a bunch of KO stock, it will only go down to 80.
Now, okay, because all of the Tosa stock and now all of the KO stock.
For a while. Like it's already been going up for a while at the end of a stock round.
Okay. I guess I haven't been paying attention to. I should have been paying closer attention to the market.
I think it has at least. I think it has. I mean, if it hasn't, then there's a bug in the implementation. Let me look in this.
Well, I was thumbing through the history to see. Oh, it went up at some point, and I didn't see it. I
Yeah,
saw
here, if you look at the last stock round, it says TR's share price moves up from 75 to 80.
moves up.
Moves up from
Okay.
70 to 75. Right?
Okay, I see it.
It's
Okay.
only been fully owned for like one round, right?
Okay.
So that's why it hasn't gone up more yet. Actually, it's wait.
Okay.
One of them was owned one round before the other one, which is why one's one higher than the other one. As they both
Okay.
started in the 65 row, right? The red 65 row. KO has only had one stock round where it was fully owned, and TR's had 2.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm thinking about putting some money into the EO Railway that I foolishly tried to put money into earlier. And I guess we'll do 65 for the start.
Okay. You have to pass if you're not going to sell.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have to. I'm not selling, so I will.
Okay. And
So the only thing I'll warn you about, which I'm gonna be, this is me being the nicest person on the planet, Steve. I
Mhm.
do have that private corporation that allows me to get an EO share at any point.
Right.
So I'm trying to tell you this so that if I ever have one less than you and you're like, I'm good, I can do a hostile takeover.
Understood.
Right? 1 second.
so
Because I would have probably gone for EO. And now I have to like figure something out. Because that's the whole point of owning that corporate, that private corp.
I'm not remembering the dynamics of the par price.
Well, you have to figure out what you set it to
Which
because
one
that's you're going to pay twice the par price for your president's share. And then all the IPO shares, the first version of them costs the par price.
Right.
I get it. Okay. That does make sense. So is there a reason to raise it then to keep people out if you think you have money or something?
Sure. I mean, or you just want to start higher, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I want to do Uwajima Railway
Okay, click on it, start it,
and
done.
then started.
Okay,
Done.
let's see. I have money. Which one do I want to be the president in? Because you can just float that thing yourself, Ozzy. I don't have to help you with that. So you're going for that. You're going for that. I mean, maybe what's SR? Snooky. Already some track on it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do Sanuki. I'm gonna set it low because I want to be able to float it myself. Okay.
Okay. I will go ahead and buy another IPO in EO.
Shocking.
I will also buy in my new investment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yes, I too will get more of my stuff.
And I will buy another one.
I will also.
Done. It's going.
All right,
guys
and
can
then
do
I
it
will
on
buy
Twitter.
the fifth to float.
Okay. Well, it's not available for me. Then I will also float mine.
Now, I guess the one thing about the different par price is that you have more money to start with
Yes.
with your floated company.
Yeah,
That
do.
is.
Yep. That is true.
And I will admit I did not do the math on that, and
It doesn't
I went down to
matter.
30,
Don't worry.
36. It all worked out.
Yeah. It's to you, Steve.
Yeah, I will pass.
I will pass.
182. Wow. Okay.
I'm gonna hold it.
I went all in.
So there's nothing there. There's nothing there.
Well, my thinking is that the floated companies can't earn money this turn anyway, right? You're going to be buying.
Right. Yeah. That's true. That's true. But you could already,
Be in on the ground floor somewhere, I guess.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the only question I always have to ask myself is are you guys going to actually run these companies, or are you just going to run them in the ground, right? Because you could, right? Having your own second company is a sure shot way that you could like be siphoning off money.
Yeah.
I guess I don't trust you enough with that, so I'm also going to pass. Okay, now we're going to be running 5 companies, right? So basically, I would say speed it up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that we've
Well,
been going.
let's-
I don't think we've been going slow, but I'm just gonna say like I wouldn't like think through every single choice in like a very detailed manner. Just be like, yep, I'm gonna go here, here, here. Click it. It's fine. We can we
Yeah.
can try to explain it as you go along, but we don't have to like.
Yeah. I will go ahead and complete for Mookie. I don't think that's necessarily going to get me any. Oh, I guess it goes to 210 because one of those other trains can reroute there. So
I guess
okay,
you'll
so
see
from
when you. I guess you'll see when you reset and hit auto.
yeah, it does go to 210. So I'll submit for that. I will go ahead and withhold this time,
Okay.
and then
Skip company.
stock market in a frenzy. How could you do such a thing? I will skip the companies, and then it's and so this is interesting. So now, both I don't do both of my companies.
No.
I do the one and then the second one.
It's in
Okay, so it
order.
goes around.
It's in stock price. It's in stock
Oh,
price, and there's a
okay.
tiebreaker. Right. So if you look
Interesting.
on the market, you have the highest stock price. Right.
I see.
When does upgrading start? Is that
You might want to stop that. You might want to stop a Windows upgrade at this point, unless it like. I hope it doesn't reset your computer. Mike, you still there?
I'm here. Hello.
Wait.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I was like Windows upgrade.
Do you mean upgrading the tiles? Or?
No, I said, that's funny. I didn't say Windows update. I said when can we upgrade tiles? Looks like we can.
Okay.
Right?
Well, when you do the right now, basically,
Yeah. So like
you can
boom.
extend or upgrade. Right there, you go.
Very nice.
And
So to be
then,
clear, I did so because I have SR up there. That now blocks you, right?
Yeah. What the?
Well, I had to
Okay.
do something, right?
I know. But you were saying you thought about it.
Well, I thought about it in the sense that there was already a tile there, and I knew we were going to upgrade it, so it gives me
Yeah.
the opportunity. Also, so because
I didn't-
I can upgrade Kotohira and see if I can get through to there, right? So I have options. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't fully see that SR thing, but whatever. I'll just keep going. Why not?
Yeah, don't you're gonna. There's gonna be a whole lot of things happening in this game that you didn't fully
need
see
to withhold.
coming, right?
I need money. Okay. And skip companies.
Okay, so it's still you,
No, that's-
but now you're
again,
operating.
okay.
Now you're operating with Uejima, right?
Yeah. Nice. How do well, I can place things.
Well, you don't. So you can place a token up there, but again, why would you? You can just buy a 3 train and get there.
Yeah, exactly. Skip. And I want to buy a 3 train. 3 KO.
So how many are there left of the 3 trains?
What is it? Oh, it's showing me the other people, so I get it. Okay,
So
buy.
there's 3 more
Says-
left. 2 more left.
Two if he buys this one. Yeah.
And where were the limits again? So, done
So the
trains.
train limits right now. The train limit is still 4, but it's going to go down to 3 when the first 4 train is bought. You can always see that in info.
Yeah. And don't I have 4?
Now it's you again.
Oh, it's me. Yes.
Yeah, you have 4, but
Uh,
but we're not at 3 yet. Oh yeah, you already are. You're right. You're at 4. You guys, neither of you can buy trains anymore, right? Or sorry, you can't buy. Uejima is not a 4. Uejima has 1 3 train.
So I guess the only option that I have as EO is
So-
the
Let me tell you again about the shenanigans.
shenanigans.
You can
Okay.
skip track. If you skip track, you will not be forced to buy a train. Now, I'm just telling you this not to encourage you to do this, but I'm just telling you that's how you run a BS Corp, right?
Right.
Now, if anyone ever connects to you and lays track there the same way you laid it at Kubukaba, now you're on the fritz, right? Unless you can dump the company on someone else, right? So if someone had 2 shares in your company and you just sold all your shares, they'd become the president, and now they have to worry about it.
Right.
Because you can dump 5 shares at once. You just can't buy 5 shares at once, right? But again, these are all things that you bought 5 shares. Like, I'm assuming you want to run the company for real, right?
Right.
But that's up to you to decide, because right now you're so comfortably far away. That said, in 2 turns, 2 operating rounds, Mike will be able to connect to Matsuyama, right? Well, not
Yeah.
Mike. At some point, you're gonna probably want to do the Ozu thing with selling that company so that you can put a cooler tile there.
The
Well, you have the company that blocks C4, but you also at some point probably want to like upgrade that to a thing that would be able to connect to Matsuyama.
yeah,
Is my guess, right?
yeah. That's a company. Yes.
Okay. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do Matsuyama there, and then let's buy one train.
Hello,
are we here?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
here.
no, I'm
Yeah,
here.
yeah, no.
Sorry.
Guys, it's going.
I should have been talking while I was thinking.
No, that's okay. You can
well,
like. It's just that, yeah, I know. This is the part where it gets into like, wow, this game is pretty complicated. So, yeah,
yeah,
well,
it's like now I actually have to make decisions. Like,
it's a good game,
um,
but
it,
also it doesn't matter.
yeah, I will. We'll stay with the one train for now. I will skip
Right.
the companies.
Get me to the glory of finally being able to operate.
You can do
Yes!
things. You got this.
So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up for me. I think. Wait. No, don't. What am I doing here? How do I I don't want to undo that. I want to be able to. Oh, I can't get to that yet. I see. So I'm going to do this. Is that way I've now opened myself up to be able to connect to other parts of this, right?
Nice.
And now I don't need a token there, right? I'm not worried because, again, Mike, you can't put a second token there to block me. So I don't care.
Right.
I don't really care right now about that. Well, I do if I want to be able to. No, that's overkill. That's overkill. So I'm going to skip token. I'm obviously going to buy a 3-tran. But do I want to buy another 3-tran? There's none left.
Well,
there's none left. So I could buy a 4-tran, which I'm going to buy. And now you saw. So I'm gonna. Did you all see what just happened? Look at entities. Yeah. Everyone who had a 2-tran,
poof.
They all just dissolved into thin air, right?
Man.
So, and we are now, let's see, no, we're still in the green phase, so we still can't go to brown tiles, but the train limit also became 3, right? So I'm done with trans. I just bought a bunch of trans. Sanuki's already broke. And I'm going to skip companies. Well, wait a minute. I'm going to skip companies. Okay, second operating round. Tosa Electric.
Okay. So I'm thinking I'm gonna upgrade one of these if I can.
I mean, you should be able to upgrade Nahari, is my guess, or Kubakawa, or anything else, honestly. But
yeah,
the non-income tiles just give you more branching options. And to be clear, when you upgrade a yellow or green tile, you have to preserve the original connections.
Yes.
Right? You can't disconnect previously.
Right. Yeah. I will go ahead and upgrade Nahari that way.
Nice.
And then clear all, and then auto. And then we'll do 90.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
I went down, that's...
Oh, you lost all your 2-trans, right? So...
Yep.
We've moved into a later era of the train age.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and pay out. I will buy a 4-train.
Let's just see how many of those 4-trans are there. 3 more. Right. So if you buy one now, there will be 2 more.
And then...
Wow, you have exactly enough money to buy one.
will be done and skip companies, and then it goes to Mike.
All right. So if I want to, oh, there is no upgrade. For where I'm looking at.
So you're at 280 and you only have 1 3 train. So if you want to, I'm just saying you obviously you can still do more expansion, upgrade, yada yada yada. But keep in mind, if you want to buy a 4 train, you have to have 300 yen in the coffers. And right now you have 280, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Sometimes the
It's
UI
280.
doesn't update on my end, and so I'll say numbers, and you'll be like, "That's not the number I see." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, it takes
Yeah.
takes a second."
So I'm just going to run one, whatever optimal train is, and
Well, first you're in the track part, right? So
yeah.
looks like the only thing you can do right
I have to
now
spend
is
80.
extend to H5, but that costs you 80, or upgrade
I
something else, which is not going to increase your money, but it will increase connections probably.
But how much am I going to have enough to buy a train if I do that? I don't think so.
If you go to H5, I think it's going to be hard.
Yeah. So I
I
just
didn't
want to
do the
skip.
math, right? I don't know how much you're going to make off of your 1 3 train. I
But
guess you're
not
going to
very
make
much.
like, yeah, it's going to be like 100 maybe. I think it's going to be 100. So you're not going to be 280, spend 80, go. It might
Okay.
exactly work,
Let's
right?
do it.
I mean, you can undo it if it doesn't work, you can undo it.
Okay. So if I built that, then we're going to clear all
I think you
auto,
should, yeah, you should get 100, right?
submit 100
Wait, 110.
with,
So once,
I think it was
wait,
100.
you can wait 60, 10, and 30. Oh, it's 100. Nope, it's not. I can't do math anymore. Jesus Christ.
So
Yeah, it's
withhold,
100.
then I have 300.
So you withhold, you have 300. You should be able to buy
Oh,
exactly one
yeah.
train. There you go.
Okay, that was
Good.
cool. And then
Okay,
now I'm
Uwajima.
done. Um, uh, so I can lay track.
For a game that started off relatively slow, it's moving pretty fast now.
Yeah, we're picking up.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to here, do that, and I have a 3 train, so I'm gonna skip token. Then I'm gonna run my 1 train and get 80. I'll submit my 80, and I will pay out. And I can afford one, so I'll buy that. Okay, done with the
So
train.
where are we? So we are at 0. Okay, so the next thing I'll tell you all is the second the next train is bought, all private companies close.
Right.
Right.
Oh,
I think
so then,
even the ones owned, but we'll notice that, right? Like I think even the ones owned. So if you wanted to drill through mountain, just telling you,
Yeah, now's the time.
I think I looked this up in the rules the other day, and I wasn't really sure about it, but somewhere it said what happens when the companies close. But yeah, if anyone else wants to look that up, because oh wait, it's still you, Ozzy. You can do this. I can look it up. Um, I think it says on the company what happens. Oh no, all private companies close except Uno Takamatsu Ferry if owned by a player. But I don't think we're playing with Uno Takamatsu Ferry because I think that's a company that only exists in a 4-player game.
Okay.
Yep.
I am gonna do that with Matsuyama. Not sure that's a good idea, but we're gonna try it. I will submit 50. I will pay out. I have enough.
No, it's 450 to buy a train now.
It's 450 because
Yeah,
yes, because
we're on the 5 trains.
we are on the 5 trains.
So nothing rusts at that point, right? The 6s rust the 3s.
Right. Okay.
they were in brown phase, or we can do brown tiles.
Yep, but not yet. Right, we're still on 4. We're still on the 4 phase right now. The second the
Yeah.
first 5 train is purchased, we move to the 5 phase, and then we are in the brown tiles. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'll skip trains and then skip companies. And it goes to Sanuki. So Andy.
Okay, so I have 2 trains. I'd like to run them. I have a 4 train. This is a 1, 2, 3. I can run it from there to there. But I would also like to run a 3 train lucratively, which I will not be able to do yet, but soon. So I think I can run. I think I have to extend here, like so. I'm not going to place a token. I'm going to auto connect. Let's be straight to 180. Submit that. And I think I have to withhold, unfortunately. I would love to pay out. How am I doing money-wise? I don't really have a whole lot, but that's okay. I think that's okay. Because if I, well, Jesus Christ, what am I going to do here? I need to be able to afford another train soon-ish,
Right.
I think. Also, the good news is the 5 trains don't rust, right? 5 trains are the first trains that don't rust. So I think I'm gonna save money. I think I'm gonna withhold. And I can't buy that train. So I'm gonna skip it. Skip companies. Okay. There we are. We are back to the stock. With rich Aussie.
It's not bad. Not that bad. But
It's going up a lot more to me.
Oh, Mike overtook me on value. I'm at 1138 and you're at 1154, and Aussie's at 1366. I'm gonna take a little wait while you guys are doing this. You can chat amongst each other. I also need a little break. I'll be right.
wahaha.
I probably should have timed that better, but oh well.
All good. I am going to go ahead and buy in Andy's company. Just to get some extra money coming that way. Diversify a little bit. And pass to you.
All right. So that last run, that's saying like how much was made last run, right?
Yes. Yeah, last turn,
So
that's what they
a
made.
reason to buy into this company, which I will do. All right. Is that a Sega Saturn on your icon?
Yes. That's I'm trying to remember it was a cosplay for, I don't know if it was E3 or something else, but there were a few people that were cosplaying as the Sega consoles, and someone cosplayed as the Sega Saturn, and if you squint, you can see that they have a juice box like going to the lip of the Saturn, which I was just like, that's perfect. Well, I'm not going to find a better one than that, so we'll go with that.
Yeah.
So,
I
but
was listening to probably 9 hours of relaxing Sega Saturn music or whatever. It's like 3 parts.
Okay, I'm
There's
back.
the new one.
It's
Oh,
my
Andy's
turn.
back.
No, here's the thing I just realized.
Yeah.
I need to use Dugo Railway at some point.
I think I'm just
Owning player makes change from account for 10% for the initial offering. How do I do that? Oh, I can do it right here. I'm going to do that right now. I think I'm going to do that right now because I'm scared. Because we're you know what, I don't want to forget it. That's my problem, right? Because this thing is, these 15 are worth not coming anymore, right? The second someone buys the next train, that's over. And then I will forfeit the idea of like getting a Dugo share for free, basically. EO share. Do I want to do that right now? Yeah, come on, let's just do it. Okay. Probably should have done that sooner. Oh well. Okay, what do you guys end up doing?
we both bought into yours,
Oh wow.
and then discussed Sega Saturn.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, neither of you can take it over, so I'm not worried. 180, 80, 190. Oh, because it's profitable right now. Of course, you guys are
Yeah.
into this. Um, well, maybe then I buy another share of my own company. Look at the map. What's going on here with these other companies that aren't working yet? Tokushima, it's not connected to anything. And Kubakawa is eventually going to be connected to something. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna start a new company. In fact, I think I'm gonna help Mike. Help Mike. I don't think Mike needs my
Yeah.
help, but I think I'm gonna
Yeah, no.
70 IPO, or I could buy my own company that's doing much better right now. But the share price also went down because I had to, because I need to gather money.
Right.
Sorry, now I'm overthinking this. You guys can take it over. EO Railway. I'm already invested in it. Let's diversify. Let's do that.
There you go.
Yeah, tentacle. I'm all over the place.
All right, and then I am going to do actually one more in Sanuki. Do IPO on that, and then done.
All right, I just have to pass.
Okay, I'm definitely not gonna. Well, you're gonna buy. I can't buy both anyway. I can't buy more than. No, I'm not gonna be able to. Let's just get that one. Get another one.
Okay. And then
So
I will
now,
get the last one.
just for the sake, we haven't even talked about this when you had this at Tosa Electric. That L, that asterisk L, means
Yes.
president, and you are at the limit.
Right. Yeah. I will go ahead and get the third IPO just to empty that out.
Well, the good news there is that it's going to raise the stock price, right?
It'll raise the stock price. Right. So.
Which is not great right now. Right? It's 55, so it's going to go up to 60.
So why we're buying on the dip. We're buying low.
Yeah. Well, no, we were buying at the IPO. Now it's going to be interesting if someone dumps it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand. Got it.
Wait, it's my turn. I'm going to pass.
And I will pass.
Okay, Tosa.
And now what?
I don't know.
I had this.
I don't know.
I had this really big idea about what I wanted to do, and I think I've changed my mind on that. And that was probably going to cost me. I mean, while I still have access to the Mines Railway, I will go ahead and do one of these mountain tiles. It's just a question to where exactly. How about...
Ooh, if you start connecting into our upper right direction, then I definitely am eventually gonna have to put something out on Kotohira.
Yeah.
Although, how many do I have with Marugame? Sanuki? No, I only have 2. Because Tosa has a third, right? Tosa has a third station.
I do have a third station.
And if you block me out of Kotohira, that said, there's probably Kotohira is H. Oh yeah, H has a triple upgrade in the brown phase, so I'm not worried.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and go that route. Clear all auto. Get back on the board a little bit, so 170.
So another thing I didn't tell you guys yet is also because you haven't asked, but also it hasn't come up yet, is diesel trains, which are the highest cost train. They have a couple of special rules about those. They have no distance limit, so they can go as far as they can uninterrupted, right? Which is kind of nuts. Second of all, you can buy them earlier by trading in a non-rusting train, thereby discounting it, I think, by 300, something like that.
All right, Mike, it goes to you.
All right. I have a 3 and a 4. And I mean,
it's
it's
pretty
just so
obvious
sad.
to me that you're going to run the 3 and the 4 just fills in perfectly, right? If you connect Ikeda. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it can even like do that.
Which now, of course, again gets me to the point where
Yeah.
this is going to be rough. Well, at least TR doesn't run before me.
All
I can't upgrade
auto.
Kotohira yet, and I'm not going to worry about that yet because someone's going to buy that
Ooh.
first train.
That was pretty great. 240,
Yeah.
which I need to withhold. Um, all right. And I cannot afford any trains. I don't think I'm smart enough to understand this company thing or if it helps me.
Whose daughter is singing in the background right now?
That's me.
Good.
Yeah, there's been a lot of noise. I'm surprised that's the first you've heard.
Oh no, it's like microphones are pretty good at
Yeah.
damping that out.
Uh, uh, okay. I don't know this Ahime Railway helps me. I'm like blocking something that no one's any near. So I'm just not going to do anything.
I
I'm going
mean,
to
it
skip this.
doesn't. So again, well, the thing is, if you sell it, then you can siphon money off of a company for yourself, and you get to upgrade C4 to a green tile.
Okay, so I
So
can
that's why you would
buy
want to
it.
do it. But if you buy it with Takamatsu, then you're siphoning money out of Takamatsu, which it sounds like that's not really a thing you want to do. I don't know, right?
Yeah, no, I'm going to skip it.
You might want to buy it with UR, right?
Uh, okay, wait, maybe I don't. So if I
Well, if
am
you
okay,
with
I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I still skip it this time, but
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Now I'm in
it's not
UR.
like UR has a ton of money either, but right.
No.
It's up to you to decide whether you want to do that because again, the second we've depleted the 4 trains, the second someone buys a 5 train for 450, which is brutal.
Yeah.
Uh, that's when the private companies go away,
Here,
and I think
I
all of
can
them go
upgrade
away.
this.
So now you see on the stream, right? You see that how connected this is, right? It's because
Yeah.
there's like it's reaching everything that isn't blocked by only other corporations' stations.
Yeah.
But the only way to get all the way through that would be with a diesel train, right? Well, actually, a 5 train, they'll get pretty far, right?
But I don't have any reason to build a station because these aren't closed off.
They're not closed off, but they could be.
C10.
Well, for example, I'm just saying, like, in theory, I could put a station on Koichi, right, and thereby close that off, right? But also, why would I do that, right? Like, it's very risky to do that.
Yeah. I'm just skipping it. I see what you mean though. Clear all auto money. And I think I have to withhold because I want to buy a train. Okay. And
Well, you're not
now
quite.
there wasn't enough.
You're not quite there.
Well, that sucked.
You're 20 short.
All right. Skip train. And then for this company thing,
So this is going to be, I mean, potentially your last chance to do this. I don't know. I don't know who's going to buy the first 5 train, honestly. At
like
this
if I
point, I'm pretty confused about what's going to happen.
Well, I
so
think.
this
I mean,
corporation
Mike.
buys it. What were you
Sorry, go
saying?
ahead. I was just saying. No, I think Mike, with that company, you are probably the closest within striking distance of being able to do that anyway, right? Because
I'm looking right now.
even because I can't even. I think I'm going to have 50 for EO again, and I'm going to be short. So you would
But
have.
ever so slightly, right?
Yeah, just barely.
I mean, I might be able to buy it. We'll see. Maybe. I don't know. 180? No, not quite. Or no, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's exactly.
It's
Yeah.
exactly 450. I might be able to buy it. And I probably should. if I can.
Mm.
Hey, Tic Tac Foe. Rating with party. Man, are you in for a treat, Tic Tac Foe? Get ready for the most boring looking, but most exciting being board game of all time.
Jump on the hype train. Choo choo.
Exactly. There's so many train jokes in this game. So many train jokes. No, this game is fantastic, but it's
There's a
so weird. And again,
certain charm to the amount, like lack of care for design put into this
you mean
interface.
graphic design though, right?
Graphic design, yes.
Because
A ton of game design.
game design is. I mean, again, this is a game design from 1974,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? That's been iterated on ever so slightly, but I think the core idea hasn't changed. So that's bonkers to me. That something from 74 is this, right? And then again, I don't know if I told who I told. I may have told this to you already this morning, Mike, but I don't think Steve's heard it yet. Or maybe Steve knows it because Steve knows so many things usually. So Steve, do you know that one of the earliest Splotter games is basically an 18xx?
No.
So that one of the earliest Splotter games is called 1850 BC or something like that, and it has like early Splotter art. And it's their love of this genre that made them make basically a Mesopotamia waterway technology advancement game that is essentially an 18xx.
Wow.
And All Aboard Games is reprinting it. You can pre-order it up to the 31st of December on All Aboard Games. So yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it all makes sense, right? When you think about it in terms of like how Splotter operates and what kind of games they make.
I can see some similarities.
I mean, the fact that it's like super freeform, what should you do next? Who knows? It can be very, very mean, right? All those things are not unfamiliar to a person who likes Splotter games.
So if I guess I could withhold the 70 and go to 360 and kick this off now.
I mean, dude, go for it.
I just don't know if I want to. um yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it.
You did it?
All right. I did it.
All right. Whoa.
Okay, private company's closed. So now we can confirm to see if, yeah, you no longer have the drilling company, right? That drilling company is gone. Like every private company, whether it was owned by a corporation or not, is gone.
Yeah,
And
because Tosa no longer has the mines one either. Yep.
and you rusted trains or not?
No.
You did not, right? No. We have 2 more 5 trans, and come the 6 trans. Oh yeah, so I think you can trade in a 4 train for a D train. Yeah, see, 4, 5, or 6 gives you a 300 yen discount. So for the 5 and the 6s, it's like, sure, you would do that eventually, but the 4s is important, even more important, because I think you can, I don't know if it's possible, I think you can trade in a 4 for a D once the Ds become available. If you're the first person to do that, it rusts your 4 train immediately, basically, but it doesn't matter. There's some shenanigans there, I think. Okay. So we're in brown, so I can already worry about upgrading this if I really wanted to, or upgrading this if I really wanted to. But I don't know what my best bet here is, honestly. I feel like upgrading Koto Hero is maybe a good idea, or extending to here. Now if there's none left. Ugh. Yeah, this is probably bad. I should probably just stay over here. How many of the, there's only one of these there anyway. I could also go straight here, because why not? But That's only 20. Well, it's still fine, right? Because I think I can still run most of this. I don't know. I don't know what the best deal here is, honestly. How many of these straight tiles are left? 2. We don't have that many cities left to connect. Yeah, let's do this. Seems smarter. Skip token. I'm gonna skip token. I'm gonna live large. Skip the token. Clear trains. Auto that. That's 210. I like it. Why is that not connecting over to Nihama? Does anyone understand why this train is only going? Because I want to go from here to here to here. That is so weird. So I just did that and it says 230. I'm going to clear all auto. Oh no, there we go. It wasn't rendering it. It wasn't rendering it. It's fine. I got it. Now my 3 trains is running from Nihama to Okayama, and the other trains are running from Marugame to Koichi. Submit 230. Yeah, and I'm going to buy a train as well, right? I'm going to withhold and buy a train. Wait, what? Skip spy trains. What just happened? Can I undo this? Why was I not able to buy? Oh, because I was at the limit. Okay, let's undo this. Sorry, let's undo this because I'm going to actually pay out, right?
Do I need to click the undo?
Well, no, I did it. No,
okay.
It's anyone can undo. It's very lenient. It's very, very lenient. You have to actually turn it on like only the person who set up the game can undo. It's by default anyone can undo.
Okay.
So then the question I have to ask myself is 5 trains. 6 trains are going to rust 3s. So then I'm going to be... Wow. Okay. Interesting. So at that point, I'll be able to buy them. So that's still going to take a hot second, right? How are we even going to... I think we might need to float these other 2 companies to get to this. Right? Because everyone has 2 trains, which means no one can buy another train. And the only way to get to those trains is to buy the other trains out. So this game right now is telling us, you guys, you can't just not use these other corporations. Okay, so in that case, let's pay out. Tosa.
Okay. Second operational phase.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then the thing is, we're gonna have 2 operational phases now because we just went into brown. But then next time after the stock round, we're gonna have 3 operational phases.
Okay. I am going to upgrade this to that, I think. Nice. And I don't know that I am worried about placing a token yet. But I will clear all and run that to submit 300.
Nice.
And
pay out.
Yeah, I'm going to pay out. We're going to pay out this time. And so it goes to Mike.
All right. So
that's definitely the highest. I mean, this is the farthest I've played a game yet, and this is the highest stock price I've seen, 125.
Second upgrade.
I'm happy to be a major stockholder in your corporation. Is that true? No, we're actually same. It's 622.
Can upgrade this and get more money.
Wait, what'd you upgrade? 440.
Takamatsu.
Oh, nice.
And
was that yellow? Was that yellow the whole time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, does it? Oh, interesting. So, does it fast forward? I was wondering if we had to stair step the upgrades on the tiles.
No. You can't go straight to brown. So
Okay.
you have to upgrade if there's like a yellow that you want to upgrade to brown, you have to go. It's 2 steps.
You do have to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
through the
you
grid.
have to go through
Okay.
the steps. So that
Oh wait, I'm at the
Takamatsu was
limit.
yellow and now it's green, right? And also a couple of them like T. Whenever there's a letter next to it, like Koichi, Kotohiro, Takamatsu, they have like a dedicated upgrade path, right? So if you look at the tiles, you'll see that they have like there's T and H still exists in brown.
Sorry, I had to undo. I got confused. Okay, so I was withholding because I was going to buy a train, but we're at the train limit.
Well, we're gonna have
So
to, yeah, we're gonna have to start buying the other two, or someone's gonna have to start buying the other two corporations.
yeah, so pay out. Okay, other railway, and then you're also at your limit railway. So I guess I'll try to upgrade something like like that. That. And then run trains or skip token, clear all, auto, money, submit, pay out. Okay.
Okay, and Sanuki Railway. If I upgrade my own thing, it's probably the best because I'm running everything through here. So let's upgrade that. And then skip token, clear all, auto, 280. And then, oh wait, no, that was actually, I guess that was still as good as it gets. Oh well. Am I gonna pay out or withhold? I might keep paying out.
All right.
Yeah.
EO.
Oh, did my stock price go above EO? Interesting.
Yep.
Did.
Did.
Because that order was not always like that.
Nope. So I will go ahead and upgrade that. And let's clear all and submit. Is 140 really really worth withholding at this point? I don't know.
I mean, there's something there.
I guess. I think I'm actually I think I'm just going to pay out. Just pay out from there. So stock round. So okay, so interesting. So stock round, and now it goes to Mike.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what determines who gets the priority deal, honestly. Not
Okay.
sure. I am not sure. I did not really look this up in
Yeah, I can't
all
see
that
it.
much detail. So now is the point where I'll remind you of the cert limit. But we're not even close, right?
Oh, it's a limit. I see.
In a 4-player
Okay.
game, the cert limit is 14, but in a 3-player game, it's 19. Because yeah, we still have 2 companies that have not even been started yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the lowest amount of money. No, it's not. Well, anyway, maybe I should start this up.
Hawa.
All-Wheel Railroad.
Okay, well in that case, I probably need to start up Tosa. Although it's Tosa Kuroshia. I mean, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a pretty decent company. Could be. It could be. Could. Yeah, let's just do that. Where do you set the IPO to? 65. I think I'm gonna go higher. Let's see. If I want to float it alone, I would need 5. Jesus Christ, I wish I could do math faster. I can set it to 100 and still float it. Yeah, let's do that. There you go. 100.
Oh.
Okay. Well, now, I guess I'm gonna go on this Tosa ride. Sure, even at
I was
100.
pretty sure you were gonna do that. I was just like, you're like, ooh, 100.
So if I bought 3 shares of Tosa,
You'd own it. You'd be the president, but you can't buy 3. You can only buy 1.
One
yeah,
at a
yeah,
time.
right. Because we'd be in a little risk. Okay. Yeah, I'll buy. I want in on it. This is the new hot shit.
Wow. Okay. Pass. Pass or sell.
Stonks go up.
Still with you, Mike. You have
Oh,
to pass.
sorry.
And it floats.
Yep.
It changes the order, doesn't it? Am I wrong?
It will change the operating order, I think.
No, sorry. Yeah, the order that it lays out these stations or corporations.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, because it's going by stock price, right?
Yeah, I think it's going by stock price. Ozzy got another one. Mike invested in his own company. Yeah, no. We're still comfortably investing in Tosa.
Yeah, we can do one more.
Okay. Me again.
Yeah. Just straight up keep going.
And we will. Wait.
And I'm gonna go ahead and do Uejima.
It's not a bad,
Get in on that.
It's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea at all because they also had a pretty juicy run, right?
Yep.
I think I might do the same.
I will do one more.
Pass.
Do I want to pass or do I want to dump some stock? I don't think so. I mean, we're playing this very nice, right?
Right.
No, pass. Now we're getting to our cert limit,
Yeah.
right? Like you're literally almost there.
Right. Actually, AD, you and I both are only one away.
Yeah, we're only one away.
I'll pass. Okay.
Okay.
So
Let's see
here-
the market. So the bank right now is at 4,128. So this is the first time I've seen it going below 5,000. So I think now as we start generating a ton of revenue, I don't know that this game is going to go a ton longer is what I'm saying.
Right.
Like maybe it does, I don't know. But my guess is that you get to a point where your trains are just generating so much money and every time the bank's paying it, that at some point you just break the bank.
Yeah, we'll see. My cutoff might be soon for parenting reasons, but
And let's get through this. I'm gonna push hard to get through this. I'd love to get this into one video.
All right. So clear all auto 320. I will withhold.
all right.
Okay.
We are going to upgrade there. Then we're going to clear all. Auto.
Why did it skip the buy trade on that?
Because you can't buy a train.
Yeah.
You're at the train limit.
I thought I only had 2.
Yeah, the train limit is 2.
The train limit is 2. Okay, well that explains that then.
Yeah.
Got
That's
it.
why like the places that are gonna buy trains now are like KU, right? KU is going to buy a train. AR is going to buy a train.
Got it.
So KU starts down there, can expand track. What's like a good idea here? I don't even know. I don't even know. Because I don't want to expand. Well, maybe just connect these two. Oh, there's none left. Oof. There's no straight yellow left. Oh my god. How would that even come back? Oh, by upgrading. I see. So you'd have to upgrade a straight piece to get that back eventually. Interesting.
I didn't even think about... I was constantly upgrading all of the stations. I didn't even think about upgrading the...
Okay, so I'm going to buy I think I'm just going to buy 2 5 trains because they don't rust, right? Yeah, let's just do that. Can't run them yet, obviously, but there you go. So there are no more 5 trains. So whoever buys the $630 6 train, which I'm going to say is going to be Mike with AR, you're just going to... That's just going to auto rust all the 3, or that's going to be the last rusting phase, right? Where every company that has a 3 train is going to rust the 3 train.
Right.
Oh, it's me. Sorry. Sanuki. Ah, shit. I forgot that I suddenly have things to do. Like I was hanging back for so long.
Yeah.
I was just chilling. Here, let's just upgrade this. Skip token. I still don't see the value in that. Well, maybe I'm overlooking this. I think it's going to become more interesting soon. You know what? Undo. I think I'm gonna upgrade this into this, and then place a token. And now I may need to withhold. Well, actually, we have 3. This is the first of 3 operating rounds. So I think maybe I withhold a couple of rounds just to get enough money for a train. Because, yeah, the 4 trains are going to rust pretty soon as well.
All right, Uejima. You are going to upgrade.
It's unfortunate because it means that Sanuki's stock is not great.
Okay. Skip token. Maybe I do need to withhold to afford a train next time, or
Well, you're in the same boat as I am, right? You have a 3 and a 4. The 3 is going to rust super soon. The 3 is going to rust the second you buy the next train.
Yeah,
which you will.
but I don't know. Maybe this Uejima isn't serving me.
I mean, it's
She's
making
bail.
money. It's definitely you're the majority stockholder, and it's making money. You can dump it on us, but here's the thing: before you dump it on us, you'd first want to siphon money into it so that you can then use that to pay a ton of money to your other corp. Right? That's how you dump a shit company. Does that make sense?
Yeah, wait. Explain that in detail.
So okay, so the way I don't know why I'm doing this right now. This is okay, Mike. In order to screw us over, here's what you do.
Okay, thank you.
So you'd first make a lot of money with Uejima, withhold it, then eventually, when you get to the point where Uejima buys trains, Uejima buys. Well, again, it can't buy a train if it's at the train limit, right? But you could wait till something rusts, then buy a train from someone else, for basically all of your money, right? So they would give you a train, you would give them all the money, and then you sell all the stock. One of us becomes president, right?
I see. So I buy a train from myself, some other corporation.
Yes, exactly.
Get all that money.
That's
like
how that works. Well, it's not. I mean, try it, figure it out whether you can pull it off.
No, and I just like to experience dynamics. Okay, I am gonna withhold because we're gonna rust. That's why. Not because I'm gonna screw you over. All right,
Ozzy.
EO.
EO. That's it. That is me, isn't it?
It is.
Um. Let's upgrade that.
I wonder if we're even going to get to the next stock round, because we're making a lot of money, right? We're making like hundreds and hundreds of yen every operating round, and all of that's coming out of the market, right? So every now and then, click on the market tab and look at the bank and cash, right?
Right.
So because that's going down at an alarmingly high rate, which I think at this point we have to assume that the end game is close.
All right. It is AR. We are going to connect to things in the following way. All right. Then I'm going to buy a 6.
Boom. 3
Joint.
trains rest. So Tosa.
Ow. The trains.
Tosa Electric. Oy,
All right.
oy, oy.
Yeah.
All right.
Everything's different.
Sure is.
And so also to be clear, if you look at info, I think D trains are basically unlimited. There are like 20 of them, right? It's just a joke basis. So
All right. Skip the token. Clear all. Go ahead and get the 170 while I can. And I will go ahead and pay out. No, I will not, because I was going off the old train price. I was like 450. I did it. No, that's
No,
not going to work. I actually don't even know.
They're really expensive. They're 630 now. There's only one left.
Okay, yeah, we got to withhold and got to do it. So,
Okay.
woof.
KO.
Upgrade.
So this is as far as I've ever played into a game, and now I'm thinking the interface is amazing. Right?
I think
Can
for
you
what it's been have
imagine
to do.
if we had to do
Yeah.
this ourselves?
Yeah, I can't. What does a submit invalid route mean?
I don't know.
Well, it says the prior
4.
route that you had was not connected. It's not connected anymore. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not connected. See, because I blocked SR. I blocked Ikeda with my token. So you can't connect to Koichi. You see what I'm saying? So your previously saved route went all the way to Koichi, but now SR blocks you in Ikeda. So if you upgrade Ikeda, it's not a problem. I think.
Yeah. That's right. Thank you. That makes sense. Okay, so now I can run some trains. Yeah. Submit 200. I guess I'll withhold. I need a lot of money.
You need a lot more than 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
1100 to get the diesel.
Well, you can trade the 4. You can get it for 900 if you trade in the 4. But the 4
for the upgrade.
Yeah, but
discount.
that basically, I think if I'm looking correctly, it only works once, right? Because they basically rust. Like D trains are available now. You can trade in the 4s, but that's going to insta rust the 4.
yeah.
You want to be the first one to trade in a
You
4.
want to be I think that works. It might not work though.
Well, why not just pay out?
Oh yeah, see it says exchange trains for 800.
D.
But you don't have 800, right?
I wouldn't even have it, so I just am not doing it. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna dump that shit company on me. He's gonna dump. I see what he's doing. See, I shouldn't teach you guys anything ever. You're gonna dump that crap. You're gonna dump that pile of shit on me. I can see it coming. I have to see if I can pull myself out of this crap. Oh yeah, the bank has a lot of money. How did the bank get back to 4,600? Oh, because we're buying trains. Right. So when we buy
Buying
trains,
the trains.
yeah, buying the trains goes back to the bank. Right. Wait, what just happened anyway? Whose turn is it? The guy who's talking, obviously. It's my turn. Okay. What am I upgrading here? I can upgrade that to a 3. That's all I upgrade as far as it can go, but I'm happy I have something there. That isn't upgradable. I don't care, right? I guess I'm going to connect to Sakamoto.
Sure. Be right back.
Clear Tran. Auto. Yeah, don't mind if I... Do not mind at all if I 390 on this. Because I'm going to pay that out. And the reason for that is I have 2 5 trains. Right? Yeah, pay out. Goes to you.
Okay.
What are you doing up there with IR anyway? This is like that train line, that stuff you have up there with looks kind of garbage.
It is pretty much kind of garbage. Yeah.
Can't you connect? Are there no straight lines left? There may not be. They're not.
There's not any. There's none. That's kind of what threw me.
So you have, so in order to save you from that, which you cannot do right now, someone has to upgrade a straight line to a green line, right? So I kept on saying earlier, like you need to use your other corp because you can't get to a straight line right now with IR. Is it true that I think we're the president? Each of us is the president. I think right now of 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Well.
No.
Does Mike have 3?
Oh, Mike has. Yes, this is true. Mike has 3.
There's 7 out there. Someone has to have 3. So
Mike has 3, and Mike. But don't worry, I'll have 3 soon, and I'll regret it. He's definitely gonna fuck me over. 100,000%. 100%. I'm getting that company dumped on me.
why would you insinuate such a thing?
But he just paid out. Look at that shit. Well, what did he do? I don't even know what he did, honestly. I wasn't paying that close attention. I've been playing this async, and it actually works surprisingly well.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep paying out. I don't know that I'm going on the...
I mean, you want the stock to go up. Why would... Yeah, it just makes total sense, right?
Yeah.
And you have a 5 train, so it's not like you're going to be in a situation where you have to suddenly buy something. Whereas... Yeah. Well... Looking right now, what was the thing I think he's going to dump on me? Takamatsu. Yeah, because Takamatsu is going to need a new train pretty soon. Because 4 is going to rust. Well, I can kind of force him to do that. I think I can. We'll see. Because Sanuki has a 4, and I think I can... Let's see if this works. So I could upgrade this, which I will. Then I'm going to clear I only have 1 train. I'm not going to... This is never in a million years going to work. Nah, it's not enough money. Shit. Are we in the 2nd or 3rd operating round? 2nd. We're in the 2nd operating round. So if I get 4... How much is this? 220. Oh, it might be enough. Submit 220 and withhold. But that's not enough. I'm 100 short. Buy a 5 tran for myself. No, let's just skip trans. There you go. Uejima's up.
All right. Uejima What is there even worth upgrading to? Nothing.
So, Mike, I'm going to give you another tip for in case you're really planning on dumping KO on me. If you So whoever buys a diesel train now is going to rust the fours. And the second you
Yeah.
get back to an operating round with KO, of which there will be another one because we're in the second of 3 operating rounds, KO will need to buy a train. So I don't think you're going to get far enough to dump it on me before you're going to be the person who has to buy a diesel train for
You have to
Juggernaut
actually
2.
do it.
Yeah.
Because you have to buy a train.
Well, you could not do it with Iwajima right now, but I think next round my SR company is going to be able to trade a 4 up to a diesel if someone else doesn't do it before me, and then all 4s are going to rust and are going to have to upgrade to diesels, right?
And then remind me what happens when you can't.
So if you can't with the corp, you have to buy it with your own money, and if you can't with your own money, then you have to trade in stock until you can, and if you can't with that either, then you go bankrupt and the game ends.
Got it. Okay.
But I think right now, we're all relatively flush with money. Oh shit, Ozzy, I overtook you.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
With the, let me see. I was thinking it had to do with the KU.
So this is another thing.
Because did you do a payout?
You look at the spreadsheet, right? There's actually a tab up there called spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Where you can look at value over time, right? Or I think that's value over time. I'm not sure. Show delta values.
Yeah, the lower left has like the ISR, so the initial stock and then stock round, operational round, stock, and yeah, it shows the chart. Sort of.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to do the 4 to diesel here.
Okay.
Done with the trains. I don't have any money. All right. Now we're on.
Okay, so what happened just now? Yeah,
AR.
wow. Sanuki. Yeah, good thing. Oh, Sanuki has. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to help Sanuki because Sanuki has no trains, right? That's a little bit unfortunate. That's gonna set me back by 400 personal money. That's rough. That's rough. Ugh. Okay.
This is so stupid.
What are you doing?
Not getting any money.
I did not take that into account. Crap.
Yeah.
I should have. Yeah. Damn it. I forgot that I'm not going to have a train to run with.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Well, you might actually straight up be bankrupt now. I think you're not.
Yeah, that's fine.
You might straight up be bankrupt. Because you only have 240 and there's no universe. You definitely don't have enough cash right now.
Yeah, no.
You have 364, but you do have you have 1794 liquidity, right? So you're gonna have to sell. Oh, this is gonna be painful.
But hey,
This is gonna be
I remember this happened last time I played one of these really long games. It's like right at the end when.
Well, wait a minute, Mike. Wait a minute. You can buy from someone like, in theory. Yeah, but you're just gonna buy it back and forth. Oh, and I can give the 5 to Sanuki. Yes, I just found my out.
Yeah. Okay. So I can buy
a train. I can buy a train for myself. Thank God.
AR.
You can buy a train from AR, but then AR is gonna have to buy a train, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because we're going. Just to be clear, we're going into another. Just to be clear, this is important. This is the 3rd operating round, right? This is the last of the operating rounds, but each corporation is still going to operate once. So yeah. I'd like to say something. Keep going, Mike. This is not for you. This is
if I bought from AR a train, I could make more money probably over here.
Well, you're not going to run this turn, right? The train purchase happens after running trains. So if you buy the train from AR, you're just putting AR in a situation where they also can't make any money.
Yeah. Okay. So then it's time to start selling shit.
You're probably going to have to. Yeah. I don't know exactly what this looks like UI wise, but you're probably going to have to start 860, 840. You have 870 in sellable shares. It says M Trainer must sell shares to raise at least 496. So figure out which shares you want to sell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see. I mean, you can sell the high value shares.
Yeah.
Every time you do that, I think my guess is that it's still going to tank that share. I think.
Yeah, but I could get out of TOSA completely. Okay. Okay. Sanuki.
Yeah, you're not going to go bankrupt yet. You're not going to go bankrupt yet.
Yeah. So this was 100. I could sell and get out of TOSA. And then I
No, the
still
thing I wanted to
need.
say, and this is more for Ozzy and or actually anyone who watches this later, is I never reached this part of the game, and I had no idea what the dynamics would look like around now, and it's better than I could have ever imagined. Because it's like, wait a minute, what? I have no trains left. Oh crap! I have to.
Yeah.
Well, what if Awa's not floating anymore?
I
Sorry,
mean,
AR.
well, so it always once it's floated, it's floated.
Okay.
You just
Because
sold the shares to the market, where they now rest in the market, right? So if I
uh-huh.
click on market, it says cash no trains, but entity is you'll see that there are now market shares, right? So Tosa has 2 market shares. Uh,
Well, that was painful.
yeah, that's that. There's 3 market shares of Awa, and yeah, that looked
All
painful.
right.
Where'd
But
that
fun.
put you?
Painful and fun.
Yeah, that really hurt you a lot. But this might still happen to one of us. I feel like this might. I'm not. I feel like. I mean, I don't know what you feel like right now, but it almost happened to me. It's just that I happen to be able to sell one of my 5 trains. I can sell one of
Well,
my
I
5
think
trains.
it's just one of
I was
those
gonna say
things
I don't
where
feel great.
it's not obvious to me when I'm learning one of these games where you should be focusing, you know?
Oh no,
So
that's that exactly.
it's
Well, I
okay.
mean,
Trains really matter in this train game.
so
Turns out.
that would be so if this was a podcast and I had to come up with a title for the podcast, it would be trains really matter in this train game.
Yeah, that's what I learned after 3 hours of
as as it turns out.
As it turns
yeah.
out, trains really matter in this train game.
Oh man.
And just for the record, this is considered the entry level, one of the 2 entry level 18xx games because it's less mean.
Yeah.
Like in 1817, this 4 to 5 player 8-hour plus game, you can short stock.
Uh-huh.
It's just like, it's such a, oh man.
Yeah, it's
Oh, is
wild.
it Tosa? Oh, that's you.
I'd say no meanness has really happened, right? Like all the blocking was
Not
easily.
really yet. Not really yet. I mean,
Yeah.
not really. I feel also like this is potentially less mean with 3 than it is with 4. Because with 4, I think you might get to the blocking. Although I mean, I guess you don't because it's still the same number of corps, right? It doesn't mean that there's more stuff going on the board. The fact that you can like expand most of these green stations into browns where they have a ton of tokens on it. I mean, someone could potentially still build on H7 and at least block out KO, right? Adikada. I guess we'll see what happens when we get to diesels, right? Because diesels can go infinity.
Right. Skip trains.
Okay, so
Right.
now Tosa.
The other Tosa. Blue Tosa.
Tosa, I don't think I'm gonna skip track because I feel like there's potentially still some good upgrades here, like this. And then clear train, auto, clear all, auto, submit 410. Now the question is, when I submit 410, do I withhold? Because I know that I'm going to have to buy a diesel train with this dude eventually. Or will I? Or will I?
Or will you?
Well, the 5s don't rust, so I'm going to pay out. Eventually, once we've upgraded to diesels, no one's going to buy any more Andy, have you run into the concept of a suitcase company yet? I've explained it multiple times, Brian. But I did not. I keep on like this is the German in me. I was like, is it briefcase or suitcase? No, it's a suitcase company, and I have explained the concept, but we didn't really. It didn't happen. Let's just say it didn't happen, right? We didn't get to the point. Like, I think the only person who could have reliably potentially done it is Mike at Tokushima, but Mike then decided to actually build track there. And I guess Ozzy, you could have done it in Matsuyama, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
neither of them did the suitcase company thing.
I considered doing it in IR too, and I think that's in retrospect I probably should have.
Everything else was way too close to existing lines or already had existing lines. Like when I took over KU, Kubokawa had already been built to, right? So you can't even really use that as a concept at that point. That said, I was very worried just now that, I mean, I'm still a little bit worried what's going to happen when I become president of a shit company, right? If and when we get to the next stock round. It's you, Ozzy, right?
Oh, it is me. Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
Well, I thought I was going to be screwed, but I'm not, because with SR I'll be able to. Oh, there you go. There's your. Oh, I see what you did. You upgraded H13, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I upgraded. So, so let's.
Yeah, Brian.
I don't know
if you're still around, Brian, and you want to give us some of your wisdom, because just for a record, Brian, who's in the chat right now, has, I think, hand built a version of this, right? Because this is mostly DIY, with the exception now being All Aboard Games and various other companies like Upper something, well, whoever did the new reprint of Shikoku 1889. Because most of this is just like, fan based stuff. Okay, Sanuki is now going to have to. I don't really know what Sanuki has to do. Sanuki probably has to buy a train, right? Is the basic thing. Buy a train. And probably not for a lot of money. Because I think both of these corporations, I'd like to run both of them, and I'd like to run both of them lucrative. Or do I dump one of them? This is where it's like, what should I be doing here? Well, first let's do this. And now I have to buy a train, right? And I don't have enough money to do that. Let's contribute. Show trains from other. No, I'm gonna buy 1.5 train from KU. But the question is, how much do I want to buy it for? And I think it's not going to matter that much, but I do have to look right now because KU has very little money. And I think both of them eventually, at least one of them wants to get to a last run 410. Sanuki's having a hard time. This seems difficult to figure out what amount. I could also contribute 400 to afford a train from the depot. But I don't want to do that because I do want to distribute them. So I think I'm going to buy it for, I don't know, 300. Well, I'd like that to get to a diesel as fast as possible. So I'm going to buy it for 1. Is that the better line though? Is that the better line? I'm not sure. I actually think KU is better. Actually, SR has a better reach potentially. Does KU still have a token? I think it does. Oh no, it only has the 1 token.
Only has the 1.
Well, in that case, I want SR to buy something faster. So let's sell it to KU, or let's buy something from KU for 1. There we go. And now I'm done with trains. Right now they should each have a 5. They do each have a 5. Done with trains. Okay, Iwajima.
All right. Ujima.
I mean, your KO company still has the highest stock price.
I know, I saw that. Um, uh, I don't think I want to do anything with tracks. All right. Token. Not blocked anywhere as of now, so skip. Clear all. Auto. Where did it go? Where did it go? Really far. 640. Wow.
Well, the good
Diesel
news for you is that the good news is that your corporations have diesel trains now.
Yeah.
Well, except for
Yeah.
Awa, right?
And that makes a huge difference.
Makes a
Wow.
pretty big difference. Yeah. Jesus
That's
Christ. How much is
withhold.
that?
Oh, 640.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just like over one train. Okay.
This may have been a blessing in disguise for you. I wonder if you're going to come back from that because of the diesel trains.
Keep me alive at least for a minute.
I mean, you're getting into them way earlier than we are.
Yes,
I mean, you also had to pay through the nose for it, but
but it was the right time to switch because
Okay. Skip trains. Well, also, that's not well connected at all. Okay. It's like a crappy place. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Upgrade. Oh no, that auto. 280. Better. And submit. Pay out.
yeah, skip trains.
Yeah, well, Ava only has a 6. I could. No, I couldn't. Skip trains. Okay, here we are. We did
Here
it.
we go.
We
Do
did
it. Do it. Do it. How am I, are we super rich now? We're not. We're not actually. Well, I got money.
No.
Yeah, Ozzy and I got money. You got less money for pretty obvious reasons, I think.
Yes. I could buy back in.
So go ahead. Do a thing, Mike.
Yeah. I'm going to buy back into one of these profitable places. I could. The Iwo Jima made a lot of money. There.
I probably would have bought that. Okay, Sanuki is sold out. Ujima is sold out. Tosa is not sold out. And Ozzy cares about Tosa. I think. Watch you not care about Tosa later. That would be amazing. I'd love to buy it. I definitely would have bought that Uejima stock for sure. I'm going to. Now I'm gonna buy my own. I'm gonna buy my own stock. Buy an IPO share here. Okay. Oh, but careful. So this doesn't apply to you, Mike, but does apply to us, Ozzy. I am now at the start limit.
right.
So if I want to buy anything, I have to sell something.
I don't know if I want to buy anything.
Pass.
I was thinking Uejima. I was thinking Uejima too, but
Well, it's
um,
gone, right?
yeah, it's gone. But can't buy what you don't have an opportunity to get. So back to Mike.
Mike.
All right. I'm going to buy into. These are all sold. Oh, is Awa really the next valued? Okay. Done.
So I think I'm gonna dump my EO stock to buy into something more profitable. I think is EO going up? Are you going up with EO? Are they up and coming now? I guess they might be up and coming, right? You finally connected to stuff.
Yeah.
You finally connect to stuff, and you have a 5 train, and the stock price is 80.
I've been doing nothing but paying out for the last few turns.
It's true, but yeah, let's see. I'm kind of looking at Tosa, and I still think your Tosa is stronger, and it has 2 market shares at 80. So yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to sell EO. Done. To you.
I'll pass again.
Yeah, if you do auto pass, it'll only. Well,
Oh,
no. It doesn't matter because if you do auto pass and someone sells a share, it undoes the auto pass, right? Which I just sold a share, right? Mike.
Yeah. Spot Tosa.
Okay, and now I'm gonna wait. What did I want to buy? I forgot it. Tosa. I'm gonna buy Tosa, right? Buy market share. Okay, Steve.
pass again.
Mike.
Another. What did I just hit?
I don't know what you did, but you might want to. You
Sold
sold it.
something.
Undo it.
Buy it.
You can't. Oh, there is nothing to buy at Tosa. Oh, the
would
Tosa
be
Electric. There's Tosa
There
Electric.
you go.
Okay, move on. I'm gonna buy Tosa Electric. No, wait. Oh, sell? Wait, what?
Cert
That's
limit.
an L.
Sorry.
Tosa. Oh, there's
Cert
no-
limit.
there's
You
no
can't
Tosa.
buy anything, Andy.
Oh, I'm at the cert limit. Right. Okay, in that case, I think I'm done. Do I own anything that I don't like? Let's see. 40, 42. Uejima is doing gangbusters. TR is doing great. KO. Yeah, I mean, you're not. I don't think you're going to tank KO anymore now that you have a diesel train. Because that would be bonkers. Yeah, I'm going to pass. Pass. I hit auto pass.
Auto pass for me.
Pass.
Okay.
All right.
Let's run this. Let's
Okay,
run this.
KO.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Can we upgrade anything meaningful? I don't think so. Okay. Skip track. Clear all. Auto. 670. Sweet.
Pay out.
There you go.
Pay out. Pay
Lit.
out.
Oh, you have 4 shares in it?
Yeah, pay
Oh, yeah.
out.
I mean, what else? Is there...
Pay out to the stockholders that were just a few minutes ago talking about this shit company that they were going to get dumped on.
He had to. Yeah. Wait, I gotta laugh. I gotta walk away to laugh.
So holding at this point is to buy another train.
To buy another train, but like the
Buy
question
another
is,
train.
the question is, do
Take
you
2
need
turns.
another train? Right. Look how far you're already going. Okay, Tosa. I mean, skip track. I feel still doesn't make sense, right? I can still. Oh, there's nothing left for that. There's nothing left for that. Oh, it looks like there's really no meaningful upgrades, right? I'll just do dumb stuff like that. Oh, it says, wait, what? Okay, whatever. Skip track. I don't care, because I don't think there's anything here I can do. Right, I keep on clicking on things, and it's like, yeah, I'll take that. Say check, and then it doesn't take it, but whatever. Skip track. Clear train, auto. It's only 260. So I need to. 142 isn't. I'll pay out. I guess I'll pay out. This is not going to be my profitable company. And I'll skip trains. Okay, EO.
Okay. What can we do? There really isn't much, is there?
I mean, the problem is, yeah, exactly. It's with money, right? Like, if you're not making money, like EO and KU, I also just like basically crippled KU, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, and that's like EO is basically in the same ballpark.
Yeah, because 1.5 train just can't make a lot of money. It makes 200, which sounds like a lot 2 hours ago.
Right. But yeah, there's not much. I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing really to. Yeah, there's none left. None left. Just trying to see any possible like upgrade path.
Yeah,
into anything,
I clicked
but
on
nothing's left.
Yeah, I clicked on a ton of things and it was just like no. Like even tiles that it allowed me to do were just like, nope, you can't do this.
Yeah.
Because you didn't. Maybe I didn't orient it the right way, or it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Sure, let's do that. Why not? It's the same 200 that we had before. And we're gonna pay out. And we're gonna skip trains. And then it's back to me. And then, boy, the same stuff, pretty much.
Wow, is Mike gonna come back from behind?
I don't know.
Because I mean, I'm looking at I'm wondering because you're the only one running on diesel right now,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I don't know that there's anything valuable to do on
Can
the
you get
track.
yourself up high enough that you can trade up to a diesel?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be. I think I'm gonna be able to do that with SR soon, Sanuki. I think, unless I'm overlooking something.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just sort of upgrading stuff just to say that I can now.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, the major hubs are upgraded.
if I put so when you do okay, so the route okay, so it does tell you the route. So if I do clear all and auto, so B7
Oh, it doesn't show
C10.
you the colors. I can tell you, it's
Oh no, I see the color now.
yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
Uejima to Kubakawa to Koichi to Ikeda to Okotohira to Marugame. Right.
Okay.
That's a what is it? 300?
Yeah, it's 300.
Bad.
Yeah, we'll keep it. We'll go ahead and withhold because we're still trying to nudge our way to diesel. Or can I put in some of my own money to
No.
facilitate that
Nope.
exchange? No.
Nope. You cannot.
Dang.
You
Okay.
can only do that if forced. Right.
If forced. Okay. Just need to
Uejima
crash the company. Dang.
Ujima.
the bank currently is at 2758. I think this is going to be the last operating round. Or the last I think it's going to be the last set. I don't think we're going into another stock round.
Skipping track. Token? I mean, I'll put a token.
Well, at some point, if someone buys diesel, that's going to put 1,100 back into the bank.
True.
Right?
True.
Clear all. Auto. 670 now. Yay. And I will pay out. Skip trends. Okay, Sanuki.
Okay. Is there anything meaningful I can do here? Okay, I can do that. Whatever. I don't think that's going to change anything. 260. Is this enough? I think it's enough. Yes, I can upgrade to a D. Thank God.
Nice.
That was the whole point. AR.
AR is going to skip the track. Or
I guess one thing that I would like more about a game like this in person is that you're definitely not. I mean, maybe people are doing it, but I don't think that you're keeping track of your net value, right? Of your victory points, so to speak.
No, I am definitely appreciating the automated adjudication
I
of all the math
yeah.
and
yeah.
the routing.
The
Yeah.
routing is the big one, right? But that said, I think when you're doing it in person, you just remember what the best route was, and then if it
Right.
got blocked in the meantime, then that's when you're like, oh, okay, I gotta find a better route.
Me again.
Okay, back to
Skip
KO.
track. Route is not connected.
Yeah, so you disconnected it. You placed a token in Kubakawa that disconnected that route.
Yeah.
That was a
But-
good job, dude. you screwed yourself.
Yeah. Well, how much yeah. I just lost 210 or something probably.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I did
Because
that
you just lobbed off an
protect
entire part
myself.
of that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
That was stupid. Okay,
That
well,
was not great. That was not great
learn
at all.
something. No, we'll go back 50 turns. Okay. Oh. All right. Yeah, I thought I was being defensive, but then I just
Nope.
didn't think.
Defending yourself against yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm gonna keep paying out with Tosa. I don't think it's. I don't think there's a lot of point in trying to get Tosa up to a diesel.
Same.
Right? Like you just want to get. Like you just want that stock price to soar, so at least that gives you some value.
Yep. Okay,
Ujima?
Mike with the Ujima.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think so. Cash in the bank is 1640. I'm pretty sure this is it. Like we're gonna just run through the optimal paths now, and then that's gonna be the game.
And then that'll be it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Where'd you go wrong? I mean, because right now I'm
I'm in last now. Yeah.
oh
Really?
man, Mike might still get me. This is brutal. Mike might still catch me because we're only in the that would be nuts.
That would be insane.
We're in operating round 2 of 3. You might still get me.
There's a shot.
Although SR does have a diesel train now, so hopefully that will
Yeah, yeah.
offset that. I hope.
Oh man.
Wow. Wow.
So yeah, I guess that diesel timing is not trivial. Is that the takeaway
No,
here?
that's my takeaway because that swung the
Really
game.
want it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Mike almost bankrupted himself.
Yeah.
You were
Yeah, it's
very,
kind of
you
forced
were like
doing that.
100 yen away from going bankrupt. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like it easily could have gone. Yeah, well, yeah.
It
I
said
actually
like
thought it was
you
much
have
worse.
900 yen floating to offset 750 or something like
Yeah.
that. I was like, what?
All right. I got to the diesel. I think
All right.
2 turns too late.
Oh, there's a Do you guys see that there's a 5 train in the discard? Is that true? Yeah. Okay, just for the record, everyone, there's a 5 train and a 6 train in the discard. So if you look at market and you see the bank, there's a 5 and a 6 train in there. You can buy that 5 or 6 train if you have enough money for it.
Huh. I don't know if I could have done anything meaningful with IR anyway,
I'm
but
just saying because we're not at the train limit, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I think I
Do I even care about this? There's no meaningful upgrades. I'm just gonna skip track. And then I'm gonna clear train and auto to 490. I guess that's as good as it gets. Again, thanks to someone. Starts with M. Blocked off Kubikawa. The question, yeah. Submit 490. I think I'm gonna pay out. And I don't think I want to buy that. Yeah, I'm not buying any trains anymore. Okay, last round maybe. I don't know.
question mark.
Bank has 826.
All right.
Let's
Let's
empty
run
the
it.
bank.
There's 380. Pay out.
446. Yeah, it's gonna crash. I don't even know if I'll get a turn.
No, you will get a turn. It goes to.
I will.
It goes,
It will go.
It goes to the
Okay.
end of the current operating round, I think.
Okay, so it doesn't just crash immediately. No. Okay, we'll just skip the track. I don't know that it matters.
Yeah, I think I still got this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cannot imagine
No, I
doing this
can't.
without the automation.
Oh no, yeah, I'm very happy to, like I said, this and the job that it does in automating it is really great.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it just looks bad, right? I mean, whatever. It looks the way it looks.
It looks the way. Yeah.
I know why they're doing it, right? Like they're doing it. Like Rally the Troops. It looks just so wildly different because their games are just one-offs every time almost, and this is not, right? This has a ton of shared code and shared art and everything.
Yeah,
Well,
negative 374 in the bank.
Oh, that's it. The bank has
weeks.
broken.
Well, so Andy, do you have a physical copy of this game? I
I
mean, the one thing about
I
all the
do.
Rally the Troops games is that the components, like the Nevsky
Yeah,
map, right?
looks like
Like
this.
there's really an amazing look to them, and this I don't know.
No, look at this. I mean, look at the stream right now, right? This is what the new version rulebook looks like, and that's also what the art looks like, right?
Right.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. I guess
Like,
you would want to handle all this stuff actually.
yeah, it's
Um,
look, like every single thing in here is a thing that you kind of want to interact with, right?
yeah, that's cool.
So
I don't know if it's just the stream, but like it's all washed out. What I see. on the stream.
oh god, I hope.
Every once in a while, yeah, it's been going bright. I've been watching the stream for some of the other
I
times when
know
you're
what
showing
this
things.
is. I'm playing this on an HDR monitor. This video may be totally borked. I guess we'll see. It looks fine in the monitor and when I'm looking at my stream, but maybe it looks different for you guys on Discord. Might be a Discord thing.
All right. Tosa.
490 and pay out because this is it.
Jesus Christ, you're getting so close. 497.
I skipped the train.
Oh man, your payout on TR just pushed me up another. How many stuff is Mike? No, Mike's only operating AR. Right, AR doesn't make a lot of money. I think I got this. GG. Because I think it's over after this operating round.
I mean, there's only 3 operating rounds, right?
Yeah.
At this stage of the game, so.
Yep, there we go.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Woof.
Oh my god, look at your scores.
I know. I got him by 3.
You got
Oh
him
my
by
God.
3 on 4,388 to
$3.
4,385.
Oh. Yeah, I
Wow.
definitely would have.
What?
You know, it's possible. Really, I might have won if I didn't block myself.
It's
all those
definitely
times.
possible
It's-
that you would
it's
have
very
won it.
possible.
Yeah.
It was like 200 or so around.
No, I think you didn't. I think you placing that token on that UR token, that unnecessary UR token.
Yeah.
Um,
that I paid for also.
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, so the KO. So KO is still the highest stock, followed
Yep.
by KU, and then everyone else basically. KU came into the game really late, so well, I did start at 100. But you can say to yourself that you ran the most successful company.
Yeah.
Even though I think that the early start, like, I'm positively surprised and also surprised that you didn't just run away with the game, Ozzy.
Well, for one, it's me. For 2, I did not. I did not transition out in like basically once I was able to do the first rusting of the 2 trains. I think I was able to weather that pretty well.
Yeah.
But once I went from the 3 to the 4, like once that because the Tosa had only that 4 train for too long, right? I mean that's really and it's stagnated because I had to spend I think like 3 turns withholding, and that tanked the stock, and then that was just for the privilege to be able to buy up to just to the next thing to even try to stay solvent. So yeah, like having a better understanding of how it to me it really is how you manage the transitions into the different ages and when you're rusting those trains because I feel like I misplayed that.
Yeah.
Here are the deltas, right? So there was this minus 559 must have been Mike's abysmally bad round, right?
Right, but like yeah.
Let's look at
And
the
I
values. Because you were in the lead for a while, right?
for a while,
14,
yeah.
13. You were in the lead
But
all the way up to literally.
right,
You were in the lead this whole time,
right.
right?
But if you go to the deltas and basically look at the middle, like especially from the beginning, right? Because
Yeah.
like I started 410, and then that middle period, I had like 273 and 219, and then really not much. Like I had a
That's
500
true.
in on the operation, but there was lots of steady growth elsewhere, and I just sort of flattened out.
Right. This is so interesting. I mean, I'm happy that they have all this information here at the end.
Yeah, that's so cool.
I wonder if there's a
Yeah,
way to. I hope there's a way for. I think there's a way to just save the game so you can look at it later.
that would be cool. Like to come back.
I mean, I'll figure it out, but like, it's interesting to me because I was worried that you just run away with it and then you didn't, and I'm trying to figure out why. And I think you never. First of all, you also never connected. Like this up here was like not doing a whole lot for you for a
Yeah,
whole long
no,
time.
yeah, I messed that up
And
too.
then trying to figure out when to withhold and when to pay out, I think is critical with respect to timing. And then, I mean, honestly, I think the reason I won was because I almost screwed myself too, but then I had 2 5s with KU. And I could sell one of them to the other corp so I didn't have to do what happened to Mike.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I think you also mostly rode along with Mike on his comeback
Oh,
too,
I mean,
because you were 4 under his 5 on KO.
I mean,
Yeah.
me buying into that early on. I mean, I literally had no presidency until I don't even know when.
It was
Right?
like the 3 in. I don't know.
I was riding along on the coattails for a relatively long time, right? I don't know. All I can say is like it's this is the first time I finished a game of it. It's very hard for me to reliably analyze after the fact because there's so much going on.
Right.
Much going. Yeah.
But I love that it has no randomness.
Right.
And again, this is such a so you can see like the splatter DNA being
Yes.
seeded here, right? Sort of. I would say that.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, yeah, the lack of randomness, I think fiddliness that is smoothed away by the automated adjudication this time too, right? But
Right.
like on some of the other videos when we've talked about horseless carriage or food chain magnet, and I've always like for as much misgivings as I have about on the table, that's got nothing on imagining myself, tweezers putting the little, like train the different parts of the horseless carriage in place,
Right.
right? Like that, like they definitely went further in that direction.
Way
In a lot of yeah, and in a lot of ways, I think I don't know. Well, I'm going to be playing more of this, right? But my first impression off of this, like I actually enjoyed this more than either of those slaughter games.
I mean, I think that's yeah. I think it's for me right now it's very hard to compare this to food chain or horseless for real, as in like this is better or I enjoyed it. I don't know. It's so different than anything I've ever played. Which is a good thing, right? I'm just like, what is this, right? Like I've played games before, like Risk style games like Imperial, where you have stock in a country and who's the majority stockholder operates the country in like a diplomacy Risk style situation. So I've played stuff like this before, but this is a whole other beast. And again, this is the entry level game, right? This and 18 Chesapeake are considered the entry level games. And then there's a lot of other stuff like 1860 Sicily or a couple other games. And there's a ton of other games in between that I've never heard of. But then the big daddy, I think, is 1817. That's the one, again, where I think it's the only one that introduces shorting stock and various other, like, more complex things. But it's also, if you look up 1817 on BGG, it's also like the 8.6 or 8.7 rated game, right? Even though it's 8 hours. But hey, Twilight Imperium 4th edition is in the top 5 on BGG, and it's a 12-hour game, so it's not unheard of, right? It's I think though this year probably lands somewhere around 3.8 or 3.9 on the complexity, whereas 1817 is like 4.7 or something like that.
Yeah, I looked at the weight. I think it was 3.87 or 3.86
Yeah,
when I looked at it earlier.
That sounds about right. That sounds all right. Also, so we've never played it before. None of us had ever finished a game before. We've been talking for about a half an hour now.
Yeah.
And we started at 11:30 with the teach, probably 11:45. So we played this game in 3 hours, I would say. Three and change, maybe, if you really want to boil it down. And it says 3 to 4 hours on BGG. So very rarely in my life have I played in the suggested time, even on an online platform that adjudicates on the first play. So I guess good call for the designers that they didn't like play in 60 to 120 minutes, because you know that other people would put that on the box, right?
Yeah.
And then BGG would translate that 1-to-1.
All right, guys, I do need to go.
Yeah, well, Mike, thanks a lot for jumping in on like 50 minutes. So to be very clear, 50-minute notice. 50 minutes notice.
Yeah. You made it work.
You're a superhero, and you've never played it. So, Mike, just quick before you, I know you have to run, but like, what did you think? Because I've made you play complex games before. Like you played through a whole John Company.
Yeah, right? I mean, I love this kind of stuff. I don't do it anywhere near the amount you do, Andy, but I do enjoy it. And this in particular, I thought was really great. Like you said, no randomness, felt really cool. Felt very like the kind of thing that you really got to play multiple times. But I also can just see why there's so many games in this genre or whatever, 18xx, because I can imagine different flavors of this, and you would just pick them up much faster. And
so it's considered. I think if you look at BGG, I think it's considered a family of games. Like if you type in, that's actually not what I'm going to go to right now. I'm going to go to something different. But if you type in 18xx.games, if you type in 18xx into BGG, it'll show you the family, and then you can show all games in that family. But the thing I wanted to show you is good news. They're almost all here, right? Like this is so these are, when it says production, that means it's available to play.
Yep.
And then beta, alpha, and prototype, right? So they're still like implementing a couple. But this is basically them trying to say, yeah, we know that we can implement them all, and they all exist here. And they're all using the same artwork, which makes it probably like super efficient compared to Rally the Troops.
Yeah, I was poking around the GitHub repository. It's just cool,
right? Because it's open source, just like Rally the Troops. It's entirely open source, which for Rally the Troops is different because they still make sure that they get the games that are like in the public domain in some way, shape, or form, or ask the licensee to basically be able to put it up. In this case, for the most part, no one has to worry about it because it's not really being owned. Right? Like there's no real ownership, but the front page does say if you play these a lot, there are 3 to 4 publishers who have taken it on themselves to get these things into the world. Right? So that's why I recently spent money that I probably should have used towards my kids' college, and instead bought 1860, 1870, and the Splatter game. Right? So because for me, it's this game already, just playing this with the two of you is already worth the price of admission of buying those extra games, which I will. Yeah. The dream come true is that I play 1870 in person, but whatever. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Yeah, nice to meet you, Steve.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Mike. Thanks for jumping on. I think this was. I think it was great to have 3 for this. Yeah. Like having now played through it, I can absolutely see why 3 would be preferred over 2.
Oh, we would not have played Shikoku if it had just been the two of us. We would have played 1860, which is a 2 to 3 player game that's preferred with 3, but says works with 2 ish.
But even with the stock market and some of the other stuff like that, I can see like okay, maybe you can play it at 2, but I can see like 3 to 4 or even higher, being optimal player count for this sort of a design. I think
Yep.
that makes sense. So yeah, Mike, thank you for jumping on. It definitely
Yeah, yeah.
enhanced the experience for sure.
Play again sometime.
Yeah, no,
Absolutely.
don't you
All right.
worry.
Oh yeah.
Don't you worry. I will recruit you increasingly in the future. Now that I know
Awesome.
that. Well, it's because when we first started talking about board games a while back on our weekly or bi-weekly talking about synthesizers and our jobs chat, right? You were like, I don't really play board games. And I was like, well, you like mechanical stuff. And
Yeah.
so it turns out
Yeah, I'm not-
turns out you do.
I do like board games. No, I that's not. I just don't play them a lot.
Right.
Um,
Oh well.
okay. Later. I'll talk to you
Take
soon.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Steve, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks a lot. I'm happy we find. I mean, I don't know when I'm gonna. This is gonna be the big. I'm gonna hang up on you, and then I'm gonna do a quick sign off. But like, basically, I'm gonna probably put this up as soon as possible because all I need is a title card. Like, I'm not. This is not gonna. I'm gonna cut off a part on the front, and that's about it. Other than that, this is going up unedited, and it's just gonna be like called Learning 18XX or Learning Shikoku 1886, 1889. I don't know. Probably should put the actual name up with it because it's not like we're learning the family of games.
Right. Yeah. There are probably some things with Shikoku that certainly don't play. Like you said, this is the introductory one, right?
It
This
is,
the
but the thing is, it came later, obviously, right? It was designed much later than the earlier games, and I've read that some of the intro level games have like not well written rules because they're always written to the community. They're always like, you all know 188XX. Here's how it's different, right? And it's like, wait, what? I thought this was the intro game, right?
right.
I think
A little
the guy from No Pun Include, Efka, he was like in that very, very good, which again, I have to add that to the show notes. I have to remember this to add this down at the bottom as a link. In this 50-minute introduction or a beginner's guide to 18XX, he's like lamenting the rules of 18 Chesapeake of the reprint from All Aboard Games, and he's like, these rules are not great. Like, and there's something like, I'm going to paraphrase, something like, All Aboard Games, you are supposed to be the chosen one. What are you doing? Right? But the thing is, and I mean, this happens to us on the regular because we often start these games as digital games that have adjudication, is that we don't really need the rules all the time. Right? Because it's not like they're a strategy guide. They're just like, here's what you can and can't do. And then if we don't get it, we're just like, well, I guess we'll roll with the punches and just do what the interface tells us.
Yeah, we'll tease it up.
But yeah, I'm sure this is a different experience in person. It's probably also longer. I mean, if we had played this for the first time in person, it probably would have taken 6 hours. Let's be honest, right?
I mean, probably, though. I mean, once we got, I guess the beginning would probably go faster in person because we spent a lot of time up front, unpacking what the game is and some of the early decisions that we had to make. And then the back end of this digital version went faster. I feel like the in person, the intro would go faster. The back end would get slower because you would get all the math that you would have to do and all the other stuff. There would be a lot more to sort of carry from turn to turn. True. But like I said, I feel like I can at least envision playing this in person in a way that some of the other comparable games that we haven't mentioned, I wouldn't necessarily have. I am curious though, because one of the things about this, and if this is a tangent and we can cut it from the video or whatever, okay. but so one of the things we were talking about was no randomness being a feature of this game, and actually playing this, the thing that I got reminded of the most, which has randomness, in fact, a fair amount of randomness, because it's based on, it is effectively it is a Nintendo version of Monopoly. I don't know if you've heard of this game, but it's called Fortune Street. And it is a Dragon Quest spinoff. I was going to say, I don't know if Nintendo or Square Enix has it. Anyway, it's Fortune Street. And what it is that it's effectively Monopoly, but they're different boards. Very similar in the way that there are different sorts of maps and versions of this game. But what happens is that while you're going around on properties, you invest in other people's properties. And you get dividends off of the rent that they collect. And all the dynamics about like tanking a company and like all the stock market stuff that we got into so much of that I've seen in like the Wii version of Fortune Street, like playing like with my wife and my
Right.
oldest daughter. So I would say for someone that sees something like this, maybe wants it at a smaller scale and is willing to do a little bit of randomness, Fortune
Right.
Street may actually be where you want to look.
Right.
Um,
I don't
I don't
actually.
know.
I'm
It's
not. I'm not. I'm not. The non-randomness thing I think is interesting. It's not. I don't find it to be strictly required either. To be honest, right? Like if this game had
right.
some randomness, I'd be like, fine, right? I'm not that much of a purist about it. I actually find that in some spotter games, it would be bad if it had randomness. Like Horseless Carriage, I'm happy it doesn't really have that, and
Yes.
you kind of need it to not have it because there's already so much going on, right?
Yes.
When this is a little bit like that. Again, I feel like you can feel traces of the DNA in this like seep into their overall design ethos, right? Where it's
Right.
just like, yeah, I don't know.
Right. If the question is how do you keep non-random games from feeling overly deterministic, it's games like these and games like the Splatter games that are the answer
Right.
to that.
It's
Right.
like, hey, look, here's like the possibility space just so huge. You're like, and it's all rich. It's not like huge and useless, and there's only two things you can do, and then you're done with the game. I think like figuring this out is not trivial, right?
Yeah.
Which is what you want it to be, and also like because it's multiplayer, you're always going to get like different kinds of behaviors.
Yep.
I think if we play this
Different
again with the
personalities.
same map, will just be the beginning will be much faster, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm sure that you can probably get through a game of this with three players in 2 to 3 hours instead of 3 to 4 on
Right.
online, right? With the fact that the end game on this interface is blazing fast,
Yeah.
right?
Well, and huge credit to 18xx.games for this
Oh,
too, right? And that we
so
can play it
much.
async, right?
Yeah,
Like because you were playing it async as well.
I'm
Like
playing two games async at the moment, right?
yeah.
Which I
Um,
highly recommend against. So this is a very bad idea, really bad idea. You're like, wait, what? Which game? Where am I? Which company am I president of? Oh no, it's the other game where I'm. It's not.
it's the other one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't like. It's not a good game to play async in multiples unless you're like Bobby Fischer ish levels of like parallel chess kind of thing. I can't do that.
There's speed chess and then there's speed 18xx. There's
I'm
I
sure
don't know
again.
what I
I'm
would
sure
want
that there are
to.
people who play this game and play this game at a level that we like where we just had a good time and then a couple of interesting dynamics emerged. But we didn't do it. There were no real hostile takeovers. There were no
Right.
which are actually hard to pull off here. I think dumping a company or having like a suitcase company. I don't think those things are hard to pull off, right? I think
Yeah.
you can probably do those pretty easily, but we didn't do it because it's not something that came naturally to me. Although I was trying to figure out if I could do it. So it was overall this felt like a relatively fair game, right? And true, I think Mike screwed himself over by putting down this, like he blocked this entire part of the world from his KO being able to extend all over the place, right?
Right. At least for the 3 yen difference between second and third, I absolutely think that's one not there. But yeah, like I mean, the president's certificate giving you two stocks right off the bat, and then also having to have five to float. It's
Right,
sort of you're sort of incentivized. It's like if you're buying the president's certificate, you're really incentivized to keep putting into it.
right.
And I think that in itself sort of protects a little bit against hostile takeovers. I would be curious if we float to other games. Like, okay, what percentage of stock do you have to float?
Right.
What like
Right.
how those rules differ, if they differ at all, right? I don't know
So
if those are some things that are considered just bedrock
nope.
mechanics
I
or not.
only know. I only know. I think 50 is low. I think often, or not often, but like I think in at least in 18 Chesapeake, I think it's 16. Oh, and there's another thing that this doesn't have that some other games have, which is exporting trains. So
Uh,
I think at the end of every operation round or every stock round, you just take the lowest cost train and throw it away, like or it gets exported, right?
okay.
So if no one buys trains, the train market still moves forward, right? So
Oh,
and it
okay.
doesn't do that here, right? So there's a couple of things that like kind of go the devil's in the details, but I think those details are super impactful, right? Which makes those games feel a lot different. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is fascinating. I mean, I've always been curious. Not really, not like, oh, I love train games so much. It's not like I've ever played Age of Steam or any of those games, right? I've played Ticket to Ride. I don't think that counts, right? I actually, and to be clear, I love Ticket to Ride. I love it
Right.
way more than most people do, I think, who like love Pandemic and don't like Ticket to Ride all right. But like, I think Ticket to Ride is brilliant. But Ticket to Ride is like the other end of the spectrum.
Yes. And there's probably an argument to be made that some of the dynamics of Ticket to Ride, certainly in a 3 and a 4 player setting where you can't block other people,
Right.
like it almost doesn't even feel like a train game. It feels more like a travel game because you're planning routes.
Right.
Right? Now in a 2 player like competitive setting where you can block people, then all of a sudden it's like, I'm expanding my rail empire, sort of like
Right.
in the very coziest sense, because Ticket to Ride is on a whole nother level of complexity versus this, right?
Whole other
But
level. Whole other level.
yeah.
Although we are playing, we're finally getting back to it because we were the family constantly gets sick. We're finally getting back to Ticket to Ride Legacy, and it's very cozy.
Okay.
Very, very cozy. And I don't like. I'm not the biggest fan of legacy games, right?
Yeah.
And I say this more because I think my problem is that I don't like Pandemic. I never really have. I don't like puppet masterable co-op. And the fact that Ticket
Okay.
to Ride Legacy is competitive, if in the only coziest way, is like, oh, yep, this is my kind of game, right? For me, for co-op to work, it needs to be truly asymmetric, right? Now, I've never played Spirit Island. I always hear that Spirit Island is amazing and that it solves the co-op problem with complexity, right? See something like this, right? Supposedly, the puzzle you're solving with each of your elemental beings on this island is so complex that it breaks your brain and you can't really help the other player. That's what I've heard about it from everyone who loves that game, and that's also fantastic at 2, which is why I've always wanted to play it, but I never have. But for me, it needs to be like, nope, I'm not looking. I can't see your cards, or you have something like. My wife and I started playing Sky Team, which is again, you roll dice. They're behind a shield. You can't see the other player's dice. You're not allowed to talk during the round, so you have to like try to get a read on what they're doing, like Hanabi style, and I love that. That's so good. But yeah, Pandemic is just like, Matt Leacock is probably a great designer, and he's co-designed Ticket to Ride Legacy, which we're having a blast playing. But yeah, the Pandemic thing just never did it for me, right? And then at the end, and this is not a spoiler, is you finish the game after 12 months, which takes you probably like 18 months if you're us. And then you get a score, and then you look up literally on a playing card, the size of a playing card, you look up one of 4 paragraphs to read the end. After playing this game for 18 rounds, right? And I'm like, you couldn't have hired a writer to at least give me some form of closure, right? So Pandemic Legacy Season 1, not 2 or 0 because I haven't played those, kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. But now that I'm playing Ticket to Ride Legacy, I'm enjoying it, and I'm thinking maybe we play Acquisitions Incorporated because we do like Clank. So we're coming back from it a little bit. But this is all to segue into because this is still going to go in the YouTube video for the 5 people who are still watching, or 2 none people that are still watching.
Thanks, everybody.
My wife and I are planning to record our findings on board games in the future. I don't know. Did I tell you this already, Steve?
Is this the I'm with Board Game stream?
This is the I'm with Board Game stream, yeah.
This is a good stream. I'm looking forward to this. This is a good concept.
It's supposed to be good family compatible content, but we'll see how well we can do with that because I do like to swear like a sailor, right? So it's supposed to be more like that because I think it's more of a, not that I could never get Jeanette to play games like this, right? I think I can. And I think she actually enjoys it when we're just playing them, right? The emphasis here is on playing and not optimizing, right? Like I just need to run through these like a buffoon. And once we get to that part, I think people are going to realize, wait a minute, all these games that look like math homework, if you just play them, they're fun, right? That's kind of my thesis, right? If you don't care about hyper optimization, you're gonna have a good time because they're interesting, right? Anyway,
Well, and
yeah,
I think that hyper competitiveness, like, I mean, that's what my wife and I are very careful about what games we play because I think we can both be like competitive in a way that can make it not be fun, and that's and we both try to overcompensate by like, okay, well, we're gonna play it easy, but eventually, someone will make a move and that's a little more competitive or a little more on that optimization track.
right.
And I think that's like, yeah, like that, like a family dynamic of playing these games. It's sort of like figuring out how big your magic circle is and trying to figure out exactly, what sort of vibe that you're going for. And a lot of times, that hyper optimization is definitely something that can be an accelerant towards bad times.
I
In
mean,
my
I can
experience.
usually it's a learned skill. It took me decades to learn, but at this point, I can usually like reduce the pressure by just being the buffoon, right? Which,
It can be
yeah.
fun.
Well, because I just at that point I had to learn this the hard way. I always wanted to have a board game night. I did eventually, but the only way it ever worked was if I made myself the butt end of every joke. And it's fine. It turns out I'm okay with that. If I get to have people around and like engage in this kind of play, that's a small price to pay for me. And the highlight of this, just to point this out, one of the many highlights of this was the day I lost alone at Cosmic Encounter, my favorite game of all time. Like everyone won together except for me.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's
and
pretty
they
wild.
and they were dying. They were on the floor laughing, right? And I was like, "Thanks, guys. It's great to have you as friends." Right? But it was great. It was still, we talk about this to this day, right? Which is
Right.
one of the reasons why Cosmic Encounter is still so high up on my ranking. Which does remind me that I have to do my Pub Meeple ranking. I haven't done that yet for this year. Because I actually think Cosmic Encounter is going to be displaced from the top slot, I think. Anyway, we'll
Well,
see.
maybe to segue out of this and into other stuff, because the podcast is coming up for Eggplant Show,
It
and you're
is.
soliciting for end of year rankings, and not rankings in terms of lists, but like end of year, like game of the year picks,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Game of the Year picks. Basically, you can go onto our Discord and just be like, hey, here's my top game of the year, and this is why. And we'll probably read it on the show. Because, yeah, we're putting our top 5 together right now, which some people said we should move it to a top 3 because I talk too long. And I was like, man, I am so unaware of this. But supposedly I talk too long. So I'm going to be policed this year to not talk
Let's get
that
the
long.
stopwatch out.
I don't know. I guess, I think top 5 is fun. I also don't care if the end of year show goes 3 hours. I don't care, right? Because we're hanging out, I'm having a drink, we're going over our top 5 and saying goodbye to the year, and it's just a good time, right? That's kind of how I
5-star run
treat it.
times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's okay for that end of year show, but they're like, And I'm like, okay, fine. I'll keep it under like 2 minutes per game. So we'll see. But yeah, you can submit your top game. If it's in the Discord channel, we will very likely read it on the show. But yeah, Steve, thanks a lot for playing. This was great.
Thank you for the teach. Really
This was
appreciated
super,
learning
super
this and
great.
getting to play with you and Mike. This was a lot of fun. So
To
thank
be
you,
very
Andy.
clear, that was my first time I've really taught it, so I don't know and I was very much like winging it with respect to when do I introduce what and what have I mentioned yet and when does that come in. Like, but I felt like there's a lot of stuff up front you just don't need to know, right? You
Right.
don't need to know that the diesel trans can be upgraded to from 4, 5, or 6. It doesn't matter, right? It turns out it matters a lot, as we then came to experience, but you don't need to know that stuff up front, right?
Right.
Bam.
No, I think it flowed well.
Cool.
Of course, people can chime in on the comments, like and subscribe, all the YouTube stuff that people say. But
All the YouTube stuff. Yeah. All the stuff
but no,
for which every successful channel I've ever seen has a dedicated moment where they say that, right? And I'm like, yeah, I never do, so it's fine. I'm gonna have to learn how to do it the right way when when we start the I'm with board game stuff, because I kind of don't want to like I know that Jeanette wants to do that good, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be the person who tanks this, so let's figure out how to do it good. So we'll see. But I'm looking forward to it because it gives us a lot more reasons to play games. It gives me a lot more reasons. So I'm never going to sign off if I keep doing this. But guess what? I bought Oathsworn with standees last night, right?
You did it.
I did it.
Oh, you did it.
I did
Wow.
it. And I'm like, and I don't like Gloomhaven. Like I'm Gloomhaven for me is like a okay game. It's not bad. Mechanically it's interesting, but like it's just too random. It's just like, oh, I tried this amazing I'm dead, right? And I'm like, right? If I die, I want it to be by my own volition, right? So Oathsworn with the push your luck thing, I'm like, that's my style. I'm like, I can get this monster. Oh no, I missed. Oh, I'm dead. Like if I decide that, I'm okay with it. And I know that this is going to sound another like one of these like input versus output randomness things, but it's not actually that, right? Like I just like, because the miss a swing with the push your luck of Oathsworn is also output randomness. But the one I like a lot more because I decided that I want to draw a card versus I had to draw a card, right? So
yep.
But yeah, I'm very proud of myself for not having gotten the 2 extra boxes miniature version. And again, shout out to No Pun Included for saving me in not doing that. Because they're just like, no, don't do that. Just buy the standee version. You're going to have a good time. Anyway, cool.
Good times ahead. Awesome.
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to, we don't even have to, I'm just going to stop the stream now. So I'm going to just sign off. You don't even have to hang up. Thanks a lot, everyone, for watching.
Everybody.
I don't know when we're going to do another one of these. It's been few and far between, but I always have a great time. I learn a lot. We're learning by doing. It's a lot of buffoonish stuff, but hopefully if you watch this far, hopefully you got something out of it and would also like to start a game like this. And if you want to play with us, come to the Eggplant Discord. Discord.gg/Eggplant Show is probably the link. And there's a tabletop channel there, and you can hit us up, and potentially we can get a game going. So until next time, take care. Cheers.